Ooh, look at that thermal paste.
Num 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 num. Delicious.
They tell you not to eat it, but it's because they don't want you to become strong.
Well,
That's right.
it's just Hellman's mayonnaise, right?
It's not just Hellman's mayonnaise. It's Hellman's mayonnaise and a little bit of dill.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
Eating thermal paste is to smear it right on your. But
I think you smear the thermal paste, right?
Oh, I like to be a
the
slutty little
thermal
bagel.
paste to my bagel with the little syringe they
With
give
the
you
little
with the
syringe,
gun.
That's
Yeah.
anti-Semitism.
But you know, as long as they don't scoop the bagel, that is disgusting.
That's horrifying.
That
Let
is a
me
disgusting
explain
thing.
the legitimate reasons to scoop a bagel, which are that tummy hurt.
Wait, why is that a legitimate? I don't see the connection.
Because tummy hurt and bread hurt tummy.
I would sooner
That's why
die
you
of
eat bread.
stomach ailment than lose
All
my
right,
dignity.
well, you know
Scoop
what?
the
Talk to my
bagel.
wife who makes me get my bagel scooped.
I would
Oh
never,
my god.
ever critique her.
It's a brutal thing to do.
Tummy hurt, and when I eat too much bagel, I poop a lot. But that's not the point. The thing we're here to talk about, bring up.
The thing we're here to talk about
is
is
my dad, because the one time I had a female body inspector t-shirt, it's an FBI female body inspector, Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Back when I ran that parties in Myrtle Beach. Don't worry about that. And then my dad made me throw it out because it wasn't that it was like offensive. He's like, oh, this is kind of funny. He's like, that's really misogynist. And I was like, I got, as Noah put it out, outwoked by my dad.
Oh, I thought you were going to say because you were supporting a law enforcement agency and he was like,
I believe it was both. I believe that it was both.
Yeah,
and he was like, that's not funny. Like, because my dad, I'm trying to dox my dad. My dad set up a fake church in the 60s to try to waste the FBI's time. It's a real.
Wait, hold on. What type of Protestant was it?
I forget, but they bought frocks and stuff, and then they would go around Yukon Law's campus trying to exercise the military recruiters.
Wow. Yeah.
oh my god.
Was it tax exempt?
Surely must have been.
You gotta not ask me questions.
Okay, sorry. I think
let us all follow the liturgy of Liam's dad's church by counting down from 3 and then clapping.
Oh yes. 3, 2, 1, mark. Okay, good.
Damn near.
I'm delayed, I think.
I think actually you were on time and Nova was late, but if I say anything,
why? No, I was fine. Fuck you.
I have been introduced to the concept of time stalling.
Ooh,
it was actually my wife. It was actually my wife. This is not complaining. So the thing about my wife, right? Who I love very dearly.
Let's go.
She has no concept of how long things will take. Like she knows what an hour is, right? But she's like, oh, you got to leave like
intellectually.
Right. But like time like just enters her brain and then comes out in some sort of like 7-Eleven Slurpee sludge.
Uh-huh.
And she's like, oh, you got to leave at like 7:15. I'll be there at like 7:30. And she's like, aren't you glad you left early? No, I could have been snuggled up, all comfy cozy. But no, here I am at the doctor's office.
Toasty cinnamon bun.
I am a big toasty cinnamon bun.
Saying this more and more. Yeah.
Introduce the fucking podcast.
How about the Mets?
Shut up. We are gathered here today.
We are gathered here today at the Church of Liam's dad to do the podcast.
Well,
there's your problem.
All one word.
In nomine Dei, Patris Omnipotenti, sed in nomine Jesu Christi Filii Eius, sed in nomine Spiritus Sancti.
I can't do another episode with church Latin in it.
We're doing it again. Catholicism too.
Someone DM'd us asking to do Mormonism, and if I can get Jordan from Brigham Young Money on here, it'll be a hell of a time.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Well, the thing is, then you would have to have the FBI shirt back. Because that would be like half of the episode.
Surely I could just get one online.
Female bronze plates inspector.
I'm not looking for female body inspector t-shirt on Google right now.
No, Google it right now so that all your Instagram ads are that for like
well, the
3 years.
way that you wokify it, the way that you wokify it is that you get like femboy body inspector, and now nobody can get mad at you because it's not misogynistic.
So Los Angeles.
Actually,
can we sell a femboy body inspector shirt?
You can't give me a shirt idea every episode, but yes, I will make that.
Can you make that up along with the "We Are Going to Kill You" shirt?
Yeah. Along with that, and along with the Pennsylvania Dutch Air Force. Yeah. No, I've made
the shirt that I have, the Boeing to Die shirt which I have almost accidentally worn to the airport 3 times.
Hello.
3 times.
And welcome to
Roz.
Well, there's your problem. It's a
Inmates
podcast.
are running the asylum.
It's a podcast about engineering disasters.
Not if I can help
with
it.
slides. I'm Justin Rosniak. I'm the person who's talking right now. My pronouns are he and him. Okay, go.
I'm November Kelly. I'm the person who's talking now. I have not yet begun to drink. My pronouns are she and her. Yay, Liam.
Oh, buddy. Yay, Liam. Hi. My name is Liam McAnderson, which is now legally my name as of last Friday.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Shut up. I already say my pronouns are he and him.
Yeah.
And with us, we have a returning guest, although not guest champion.
No.
Yeah, you're. I think you podium, but you're not quite there yet.
No, that's fine. I mean, I don't need to be. I don't need to be number 1. I'm
there's your
happy to
problem,
share.
Tonya Harding.
just beating Gareth with like a pipe.
I would never do that to Gareth. I would also not do that to Victoria, who once picked me up in an Acura NSX from a bar, making me look extremely cool.
Wait, no, real quick. First gen or second gen?
You'd have to ask her. It was an electric one. It was electric. It was a hybrid.
Okay,
Yeah, the fancy
cool.
one.
Yeah,
fancy one.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Noah Suarez Sykes. My pronouns are he, him, his. I am a community organizer in the great city of Los Angeles, California. My job changed since last time I did this podcast, so now I do it professionally.
Frequent consequence of being on this podcast.
Correct. Yeah, it's either your job or your gender, and my gender remains the same.
Give it a minute. See how we are at the end of this.
Yeah, exactly. And also, just before we start, because of that job, I have to say that none of the opinions I am about to espouse are the opinions of my employer, and rather are my personal opinions as a resident of the city of Los Angeles, California. Let's go Dodgers, baby. We love the Dodgers.
No,
Fuck
you and your deferred payments. Well, we just had the most money. We just had the most money.
Yeah,
and we
I was
spent it
at
all,
the game where Shohei Ohtani did the 40-40, and I'm sorry.
I'm still not over being lightly outwoked by being told that your pronouns are he, him, his, because I didn't include like the third one. I didn't include a hers.
And then also Emis, and I would say in Spanish it would be él.
Great.
Just
thank
if you want to add that.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna call Liam's dad to outwoke all of us here.
You ever been cursed at in Spanish by my dad? Because that's a thing that's happened to me.
That's awesome. Your dad's so cool.
Curses in Maoist Spanish.
Liam's dad, there is a caucus for you in DSA. It's called Red Star.
My dad was mad at Occupy when they were in Philly because he said to me directly, these kids are pussies. Where are the riots? Where are the cops? He was mad that they weren't non-peaceful enough, I believe was
that they were non-violent, right? Yeah.
No. We didn't riot at Pratt and Whitney. We rioted in the field next to Pratt and Whitney. Direct action gets the goods, kids. So here's Roz to ruin my good time.
What you see on the screen here is a large highway with a lot of traffic.
It's your butt.
The Walt Disney World monorail.
What? Yeah, basically.
Oh, cool. Are we going to Epcot?
I need like sort of a Spanish guitar riff here.
Do we not have one? We gotta have one somewhere.
Leading on Devin for this,
yeah. La Sombrita.
Oh, cool. I see it's doing effective work there.
Yeah, I just want to say a Los Angeles Politico, who I will not name, once said to me, yeah, what we needed was a sombrota, which is... it's true.
This is 61 fucking slides.
Yeah, but some of them are just
I'm gonna YouTube in real life.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. I hope so. I yearn for
yes,
death.
we're gonna all go to Los Angeles, and we are going to.
Can't say that on YouTube.
Yeah, me and Victoria are gonna swing by in the NSX.
We're gonna reverse Tonya Harding your ass. Yeah, with me perched on the roof like a game of Call of Duty Warzone.
30 years from now, Sufjan Stevens makes a song about me because of a terrible biopic.
We're gonna build a contraption or an infernal machine of some kind.
It's funny you're saying this. I'm not the one
thing,
holding up the pot. I'm.
Yeah, but I get paid to do this.
That's true. I'm volunteering.
So anyway,
yeah, but
community.
Today
member.
we're going to talk about transit in Los Angeles, but first we have to do the goddamn news. All right. So earlier this week on Monday, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy canceled a grant for the otherwise fully privately funded Texas Central Railway, a high-speed railroad from Dallas to Houston, so that people from Dallas can escape it and go to a place with culture.
True. Real.
Yeah, so this is it saved the taxpayers a whopping $60 million, which I think is 20 cents a piece. And this was a grant to Amtrak to sort of keep this project that's been going on for several decades alive, because they got through most of the permitting, they got most of the design done. That was all financed privately. Essentially, Amtrak brought on Andy Byford, legendary New York City
genius.
Yeah, the train daddy, as they called him.
Inventor of the Byford Dolphin.
Yes. And, he managed to keep this project on life support until they could find new private investors, because the old investors got spooked by a bunch of lawsuits that the company won. So
investors hate winning, it turns out.
It turns out, yeah. Well, the big dispute was they had, in order to they did something clever to make this project happen, which is someone went through a bunch of old documents at the Texas State Archives and someone had a charter for an interurban railroad back in 1890 from Dallas to Houston. And the company just never built any track. And then they tracked down the owners, and then they bought the charter for $20. And, all of a sudden, we're a real railroad, and we've been afforded all these privileges like exercising eminent domain, having our own police department, all this other crap.
Sorry, what was that second one?
This is like the Crusader Kings thing of forging a claim on somewhere. It's like you wait for your fucking court archivist to scheme long enough, and sooner or later you are Duke of Central Texas.
Yeah, exactly.
Isn't this how, correct me if I'm wrong, the Pennsylvania back-assed their way into DC or Baltimore?
Yeah, there was
buying
a little
someone else's charter and just saying, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, they bought a charter to build a railroad to Port Tobacco, Maryland, which they were allowed 20 miles of branch line. So at a place called Bowie, Maryland, the main line branched off very abruptly towards Port Tobacco. And then there was this little branch line to this little known place called Washington, D.C.
I've heard of this.
Yeah.
Bowie, Maryland is also where Six Flags is.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I went there a lot as a kid.
So anyway, this has been in development hell for a while. A bunch of NIMBYs did a bunch of lawsuits against it. Mostly a bunch of people who say they're small family farmers and own, 1 trillion acres.
Yeah, a ranch roughly the size of Rhode Island, right?
Exactly. So then this $60 million grant that the Secretary of Transportation has so graciously seen to cancel to save us the taxpayers' money, was there to facilitate about $40 billion in private funding.
So he's stepping on corporations' rights.
Well, some of that funding could have been woke, is the thing.
That's a good point.
Get in there, Dad.
The money and pronouns.
He did also say today, however, while criticizing California high-speed rail, this is a wasteful government boondoggle. Why doesn't private industry step in and fund it?
Well,
I don't know.
Cheese, I don't know.
Yeah.
Fantastic. So I mean, it's cool that Elon Musk put Sean Duffy in one of the Fallout bomb collars. Or he just is minded to be like this anyway.
Yeah, exactly. And the Texas Central Railroad, I'm sure, could be a whole episode on its own. It's just disappointing to see, this thing was so close to happening, and then it just gets curb stomped by a fucking moron from reality television.
It's so funny that they had done the hard part, but the hard part was not building anything.
Yeah, no, I was getting through. It was winning every single lawsuit that got thrown at him.
Incredible.
You know?
Are you tired of winning? It turns out, yes.
Apparently,
yes, they are.
Yes, they are.
Suffering from success.
Yeah, so
much like DJ Khaled.
There will be no high-speed rail, public or private, in the United States, except for Brightline West. But that's, I don't know. I think they might also do something stupid to that pretty soon because they're relying on low-interest government loans for that one. So, who knows? Anyway, that's my first rant. My second rant is in other news.
See, I'm like primed for the phrase. I'm inadvertently like clicker trained, but for the phrase in other news, and that's what makes me hit the thing.
You're just walking down the street, and somebody on the phone is like, "In other news," and suddenly you're like,
"Yeah!" I dive for my mixer to try and find the thing.
Exactly. Yeah, like Saving Private Ryan. Yeah.
So, absolutely.
Absent new funding from the state government, which may or may not happen, we're about to lose about half of SEPTA.
Yeah, we're about to get skull fucked.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Sorry.
No trains.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like that song from Hail Caesar, no trains.
We have this sort of every couple years we have a huge budget crisis at SEPTA, the Philadelphia Transit Authority, where they have to come out with the big scary map that says, hey, I mean, if we don't get the funding we want, we're going to have to do all these horrible cuts. This time around, they have essentially decided, all right, we're going to cut about half the bus routes. That's not shown on this map. We're killing our trolley in North Philly, the 15. We're killing the subway Broadridge Spur, the number 10 trolley, and every regional rail line that uses Amtrak, because I guess they have to pay a big lease to run those. Something like $60 million a year, which is pretty crazy.
Cool.
That's insane.
Trying a lot of different tactics to get you to buy a Tesla.
And then also a big fare hike is in the cards. This happens every couple years. Usually what happens is, eventually the legislature caves and they're like, yeah, we'll give you slightly less than you asked for. And then, you still wind up with permanent service cuts, but this is, I don't know, this it's starting to get sick and tired of this happening every couple years.
It's cool. I didn't know this. I didn't know SEPTA operated like the federal government, where you just get like shutdowns and then it limps forward a bit.
Yeah. I mean that's sort of how we work. This is every time Noah texts me to complain about Los Angeles Transit, I'm like, damn, you people are like building new lines and stuff. Holy shit.
I would simply
we're struggling to hold on to the ones we got.
You're like the kid drowned at the bottom of the pool in the meme.
Yeah.
Look, I would simply pass a half-cent sales tax like 4 times. All right? It's fine.
No, that's
can't do that.
We did the soda tax.
No, what do you have? Pennsylvania
that may eventually fund one rec center.
It was for pre-K. It was for pre-K, man.
Hold on. Do you have like Pennsylvania Howard Jarvis?
Who the fuck is Howard Jarvis?
Okay, sorry. This is something we will get to later in the episode, but Howard Jarvis is probably one of the Californians with the highest body counts that I can currently think of because of the
stiff competition.
Yeah, we'll get to it. Anyway, sorry. That's for the Californians, my new adopted people, I guess.
Yeah. So yeah, we're in pretty shitty state at the moment. The one thing I will say is that I would imagine if they are trying to cut the Paoli local up here, the old R5, someone's gonna make a big stink in the legislature.
Yeah, let's hope.
Because there's enough rich and powerful people up there that they're gonna have problems with this. So that's still a fairly wealthy, commuter train. That's a lot of. There's a lot of
mainline scumbags. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Horrible wasps.
You can't do this to the nice train.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh well, everyone who takes SEPTA is a criminal. Just fucking do us a favor and jump in front of
this is where
line.
the white collar criminals live.
Yeah. Sorry,
I'm against the subway
expansion
because I don't want white collar criminals to have access to different parts of the city.
Not wrong.
You could just get like a subway train full of guys who are there to like embezzle from you, you know?
Help, I'm being embezzled.
But just like a train full of the guys who like made the Joker pop off like that, you know?
The embezzling of Pelham 123. Thank you.
Oh, I'd fucking watch that movie.
Yeah.
So this is a whole kettle of fish here. I guess we'll see what happens. These cuts don't go into effect until like
July,
like December or something. The cuts start in July, but the big cuts don't happen until sometime in winter.
You think the power grid will still be running then?
Well, I mean, it depends on which parts. I mean, if Safe Harbor Dam is still running, there may be a national blackout, but the 25 hertz generators at Safe Harbor Dam will still be running because they're on a separate circuit from everything else.
That's crazy. Ideally, by then, Presidenta Scheinbaum will have initiated the Reconquista, thereby re-adding California back to Mexico, and we'll be fine. So,
you're going into the sea.
Yeah.
No, not the sea.
That's a lot of circuit breakers to install.
Not the sea. That's where we dump our trash and car batteries.
That's where the batteries are.
What's a pirate's favorite computing language?
C++.
You're supposed to say R.
I forgot about that one.
And then I answered no. It be the C.
It be the C. Yeah.
I still think Pearl is a better answer, but go off.
Pearl.
Why are they all nautical?
What's a pirate's favorite element?
Argon.
No, it's gold.
Fuck you.
Treasure chest full of useless argon.
What am I supposed to do with this? How do we divide this into pieces of 8?
Finally, the argon doubloon.
Yeah. All right. Jarring shift in tone. In other news.
Yeah. Break out
the horrors are still
25
happening.
hours long.
Yeah.
Where do you want to start? The UK Supreme Court just fucking detransitioned my ass today.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard about that one.
All these ghouls throw every single last one of them.
I'm relying on Devin.
That's going to be a long bleep.
Yeah. I don't give a fuck. Sorry, Dev. Love you. But oh man, now, this is like a 10K rant where it's just like the president of El Salvador, Donald Trump, Elon Musk. Sorry, Devin, I'm getting my money's worth. Everyone who works for ICE. Nova's not coming for the live show, so I can say whatever the fuck I want.
It's true.
J.K. Rowling.
Just bleep the verbs, please.
Well,
every single fucking one of them.
May I add, it is very important to me that in the coming sort of, shall we say, years of lead, that somebody at some point JD Vance and feeds him his own before him in the back of the head. So
do we know what a is?
I think we should. I think we get him with a. My dad's $5 got from Walmart. Use that.
That may have already happened. I think.
That's
well,
why
at least
he looks like
someone's still able to get an orchiectomy.
So yeah, well yeah. Where do we start with the horrors?
El Salvador. El
Salvador is pretty bad. They sent a bunch of guys down there to the gulag that they have down there
who have done
for no
crimes.
reason.
Not that it matters.
People who got out of the gulag.
Right.
Nazis got out of the gulag.
Yeah.
They sent like Waffen SS guys back from the gulag. Whereas the point of this is that they will not send back a completely innocent man.
Right. He's disappeared.
So
Kilmar Abrego Garcia.
Right, and then there was a senator who went down there today.
Yeah, Van Hollen from Maryland.
Yeah,
the only Democratic elected official doing a goddamn.
Van Houten has
like this is the best we can fucking do. Like again, from lampposts every single last goddamn one of these ghouls from a fucking lamppost. I am gonna make it look like Miracle on 34th Street in this bitch.
I believe they're sending down
giant mail sacks full of balls.
They're sending down a delegation from the House of Representatives sometime in the near future to go, I don't know, argue with the prison guards.
Cool. AOC can get another like barbed wire photo op.
I think the some court today is like trying to hold the administration in contempt, like criminal contempt.
That's Pittsburgh.
Yeah. It's going to be the same thing as the Indian Removal Act. The judge has they've made their ruling, not let them enforce it.
Yeah.
Well, they might be a little bit better at enforcing it this time because we might see like an armed standoff between like U.S. Marshals and
J.D. Vance with the heart attack gun. Devin will pay you extra for this.
The Republic of Cuba must use the Havana Syndrome ray for one last job.
And to be clear, this deportation unilaterally to the El Salvador like forever prison is something that is wrong to do to people who are guilty.
Right, exactly. I wanted to say that.
Absolutely no clue that like any of them are. We know that at least like a bunch of them aren't. And there's no due process whatsoever. There's no sort of like constitutional settlement left unless there are like some kind of consequences for this that make sure that it can't happen again. And I don't see that coming out of like anything other than Liam, your thing.
Oh, from Lamppost,
Also, if there's another Democratic president, now as a socialist, I am against imperialist interventions in Latin America.
Of course.
However, an anti-imperialist intervention in Latin America that ends with Nayib Bukele's
like a big festive kazoo.
Yeah, or like, they using his decorate a Christmas tree, things of that nature.
Oh, we're gonna get this episode is gonna be
I'd say it's a shameless plug, but it is a shameful plug. But if you want to understand a bit about Nayib Bukele and how he got that way, there's a bunch of stuff you can read, but we just did an episode of No Gods, No Mayors about him.
I just listened to that. It was really good.
Yeah, you can check out the podcast. Well, Mayor's your problem for that.
Yeah.
Thank you. I didn't use that on the episode I was on, and it's been festering in my mind until I got it out.
One of the things that like I thought was kind of, particularly bizarre about this situation is that the way the deportation flights are set up, it's like, okay, they shackle you to your seat. So if there's an emergency on the plane that requires an evacuation, you just die.
That's a feature, not a bug.
Yeah, they have flight attendants on those flights for what? Like,
a lot of them have been refusing to fly on them. That was on a ProPublica article I want to say.
Completely shackled, about to be taken to the like torture disappearance prison, and they hand me the little like block cookie, and I'm like, cheers. Thanks. This is really like this has helped a little bit.
Trying to get like one of the mini bottles of wine.
What's the what's the delicious ginger cookie they sell on American flights that I like?
What, the Biscoff?
There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah. All human beings are entitled to due process and a Biscoff.
Yeah. I believe that. I think they should amend the Constitution. In favor of that.
Yeah. Schools from lampposts. Every single last goddamn one of them. These people are not your friends. You don't owe these people a scrap of dignity. You owe each other a scrap of dignity.
If you do get a Democratic president, right?
If we're ever allowed to vote again, right?
Yeah, if you're ever allowed to vote again, and if you're ever allowed to have a free election, and a Democrat wins that election, then that Democrat almost certainly keeps the El Salvador program going, but puts a human face on it.
Probably, yeah.
Oh my God, we're gonna dress them all in Skims. Yeah, it'll be minimalist brown prison uniforms in the disappearing prison. Yeah,
or it'll be Obama and Guantanamo Bay again, where it's like, well, obviously this is horrible. We're going to look into closing it for like 8 years, and then
Well, he's standing on the right side of history with Harvard.
Not to be an optimist, but unfortunately, the only thing that's getting me through this is the unshakable knowledge that, of course, the eternal victory of Marxism-Leninism is at hand. But I also think that, like, I do think that average people are so fucking mad about this. Like, generally,
my God. Yeah, there was like those senior citizens yelling at Chuck Grassley. That was great.
Oh, so I can just not pay my $1,200 fine? Okay, asshole.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, people are so mad about all this
Yeah.
shit that, like, I don't think you can really. I do think while a lot of the shitty stuff will kind of pass into a Democratic administration, I think like this stuff, you can't really continue. I mean, the amount of people who are at their fucking limit in terms of what they were tolerated is
I
very
mean,
high.
I will believe when I see, and by see I mean somebody starts ICE agents. I don't like. Absent that, it feels like this is just gonna be like baked in now, whatever happens. So you know.
So how about the Mets, huh?
How about the
I thought you
Mets?
liked the Dodgers.
My dad trained me.
Deferred money. Okay, well, I'm sure your dad is a lovely man. I have nothing but respect for him. He raised your great son. It's not the fucking point. Go Phillies.
Okay. Well, my dad said anytime there's a lull in a conversation, you can just say, "How about the Mets?" and somebody's going to have an opinion
That's
leads
true.
to.
That
Fuck
is
the
true.
Mets and
That's
fuck
gonna
Juan Soto on
move
his way out.
things. Gonna move things
While
on a
we're
bit.
hanging ghouls from lampposts, Juan Soto.
Wow. I can't believe you're making, named violent threats against Mr. Met.
Mr. Met is spiritually an ICE agent, even if he's not really one.
All right, Steve
And he might
Cohen,
be.
I take
We don't
bribes.
know who's under there. We don't know what he does the
That's a
other
good
6
point,
days
yeah.
of the week.
We
don't know. We don't know Mr. Met. Okay, we don't know who he is. We don't know what he's doing. Who is he? Who's under
plugs? While we're doing shameless plugs, on 10,000 Losses, my Philly sports podcast, we did rank mascots by fuckability. And Mrs. Met could get it.
Oh, Mrs. Met is, supremely
obviously,
fuckable,
yeah.
And he has a beautiful wife, Mrs. Met. Do we like Mrs. Met? And we do, and she's been very strong. Sorry,
least fuckable. I know you've been over this, but like least fuckable mascot, obviously still Purdue Pete.
Yeah,
He haunts my dreams.
Yeah.
The
Maybe
Nightmare
the
Man,
Providence Friar is pretty far up there.
Yeah.
What about the RISD? What about the RISD mascot for the Nads? Are you familiar with the Nads?
The RISD mascot?
Nova, I would like you to Google. I would like you to
Are we
Google
talking about
the
Scrody? God damn.
Yeah, Scrody.
What the fuck is this?
So,
Okay.
the Rhode Island school.
I mean, definitionally fuckable, right? Like, I feel like we're getting a little bit off topic here of the horrors, right?
Yeah,
The horrors.
back to the horrors.
No. I am supporting Jiangsu Huge Horse Baseball Club this year.
Yeah,
So,
Of course, yeah.
You know,
Like monetarily?
I am supporting
No.
the People's Liberation Army this year if they attempt an amphibious landing in El Salvador to
I am
liberate
supporting
these people.
Presidenta Scheinbaum.
Come over there. We'll direct you.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, hang these ghouls from lampposts. But before we get to, is that it for news? Do we want
I
to talk
believe
about
so,
yeah.
If we're doing shameless plugs,
I
shameless plugs,
continue to get
plugs.
mad.
get organized. Have a plan. Meet. Talk to your friends about organizing. Scream at your elected
Talk to your
representatives
friends
as
on
much as possible.
Signal.
Talk to your friends on Signal. Join an organization. It doesn't have to be DSA, but I mean, that's the one I'm in. But,
IWW, baby. You know you want to.
Just get some letters, you know?
You get some letters. You do get cool jackets and shirts out of that, but then also,
will say,
Get a lawyer, buy a generator.
If you feel comfortable doing so, learn how to shoot a gun.
Mm-hmm, absolutely.
It's fun.
By the way, I will say one of the kind of not for the last time shameless indictments of like the American labor union movement is Kilmer Abrego Garcia, union man. He is a union member, and his union is standing by him, but that's about it. None of the others seem to really give that much of a fuck.
I think like a roofers union or like a steel. I don't know. I've seen a couple unions.
Fitters union, I think, said something.
Yeah, threaten some sort of labor actions, but yeah, I mean, it's not great.
Not good enough. The other thing is, I had something for. The helicopter crash into the Hudson. We know.
We'll get to it.
Well, yeah,
never get in a helicopter. Ever get in a helicopter.
50,000 moving parts looking for a place to crash.
I do appreciate that helicopters, as communists, have seen the direction that the fascists want to go and have decided to start like killing rich people first. So appreciate that.
Why not?
It's very sad, or whatever.
I have to remain, unfortunately, optimistic about the American people.
If I don't, I'll kill myself. Exactly.
Yeah. So, we continue to fight.
I mean, it's like the old leftist line, right? Like, my enemy is not the American people. My enemy is the American government and about 20% of the American people, which I think I could probably take them.
You stand on my shoulders. We'll fuck some people up. I have a shameless plug. So I have a coworker who shall remain. She shall not remain nameless, but her grandson will, because he is a minor. He is looking. We are looking to raise money for him to have. This is Can we shift the? Can we do the next slide so I don't have to look at this while I'm trying to be good?
Yeah, sure.
I was saying that not to ignore the issue of the day, but because the charge.
I get you.
I apologize. Yeah. We are raising money so we can get him a handicapped accessible van. He has a rare genetic disorder. He needs transportation. Handicap vans are stupid expensive because you have to basically reverse engineer them. That link will be in the show description. Any amount helps. We are very grateful for it. Thank you very much. The other thing is, by the time this goes out, I should have gotten a promotion.
Yay!
Yay!
Oh, yeah, congratulations!
Yeah, thank you.
You finally made the co-host after years of like apprentice host.
You're not an independent contractor anymore.
I like your big Noah mug. That makes me really happy.
Thank you.
That makes me really happy.
I have this. I also have the Knives Out mug that she has at the end of the movie, which I also considered. But no, I like my big N, and then of course I have the orange Le Creuset mug that Riley kept going on about for like a year.
The N stands for knowledge.
Yeah, that's right.
Let's talk about this decrepit hellscape that I hate.
Yeah, what city is that, Liam?
Why do you hate San Diego?
Oh, I like San Diego. I was just ready for it to be LA. Can I say something very bougie that's very embarrassing?
Sure.
I was visiting a family friend in La Jolla. They're not my friend, but they did come to my wedding. And he was like, "Oh yeah, you guys can like stop by the house. We'll be there." And then I was just like, "This is the wealthiest man I've ever met." And I was like, "I've got to spit in his face." And I had to remove myself from the situation because I was like, why am I here?
Sounds like La Jolla. So what you're seeing here is beautiful Los Angeles, California.
Wow.
Los Angeles.
It's beautiful. I love the bridge over Los Angeles Harbor.
It's not. I don't know what's happening anymore.
See back here, fabulous. What is
that would be what you can see over there is you can see Riverside County.
This is roughly
Riverside
how
County,
GTA
Mexico,
5 did Los Angeles.
I am actually so mad about Grand Theft Auto 5, and I have a rant about that later.
Every Angelino I've ever spoken to has been mad at that game.
I have a rant about that later. But beautiful Los Angeles, California. Look at the Dodger Stadium and
famous,
many other landmarks.
The naval shipyards. You have
those boats so neat.
Can you hit the next slide, but
the cruise terminal?
We park the boat and have it.
Yeah. So I realized that because there are animated transitions in this, the annotations stay on them. Okay, so that was a joke. Obviously, that was god awful San Diego. Boo Padres, let's go Dodgers.
San Diego's nice. They have a nice zoo.
Yeah, why don't they have a football team, huh? Why don't they have a football team? That's right, count the rings.
Okay, so here's wearing any.
Yeah, so here's the thing with that, right?
We stole
Stan Kroenke. Yeah, exactly. Let's all stay in our lane and respect a good football team, the Philadelphia Eagles, who have never done anything bad.
Go Birds!
That's right.
Yeah, go Birds.
Don't worry about Mike Vick.
Shout out Marge, my friend Margaret, who I was just going Go Birds back and forth with for ages, even though I've never been to Philadelphia. Anyway, so this is Los Angeles, California. What you are looking at right now is you are looking at a beautiful shot from of downtown. You are looking at down a sunset or sunrise. I don't know. It doesn't matter. This is our beautiful skyline downtown. Isn't it impressive?
It's a lot of haze, a lot of sprawl.
Yeah,
you got the library tower, and that's the only one I know.
Yeah, you've got the one Wilshire there, which is that second tallest one.
You got the one from GTA 5. You got the other one from GTA 5.
Yeah.
You have the one from the movies.
MetLife,
oh wait, there's
SimCity 4.
This is City Hall down here, right?
Yes, it is. That's where so City Hall, little known fact, you can go up to the observatory on the top floor of City Hall, which is just open air. There's a little railing, and you can just walk all the way around the 28th floor and get a beautiful view of LA, and you can just walk in there. They let you. So, so that's there. You can also see the place where they shot the gunshot scene or the gunfight scene from Heat in there. And yeah, that's Los Angeles.
That's cool.
First, I guess we must ask, what is a Los Angeles?
It's a Spanish mission that got out of control.
The Angels.
That's right. Okay,
Nuestra
so next.
Señora de Los Angeles.
Almost. Can we go to the next slide? So over here, you can see on the left, you can see the city of Los Angeles in red, in Los Angeles County in white.
I love the like Holy Roman Empire land grabs to the sea.
It's like a fiefdom.
This is some serious burrowitis right here.
So the reason, Los Angeles is the largest city in LA County. It is the red part there. The gray sections are the other cities in the broader county. There are 88 cities total. And this is because largely, there's a lot of reasons that this is because, we'll talk about one of them, but one of the reasons is because of white people deciding to move out of the city of Los Angeles and into their own incorporated cities that they could keep Black residents of the county or Latino residents of the county from living in after the death of restrictive housing covenants. So once again, the white Angelino causes significant problems.
Also a large number of weird things. I see friend of No Gods No Mayors, Vernon.
Oh, you're going to be seeing Vernon a lot in this one. I put a lot of Vernon in this one.
It's like, is that this guy here?
No, it is.
Oh, no.
Do you see that? Do you see where down that little, I guess in the southeast portion of it, that little white blotch?
This little bit?
This guy is Vernon.
It's really hard to describe any of these because they're just nondescript gray blobs. But it's like it's right south of downtown.
There's also the like mooted No Gods No Mayors candidates of Commerce and Industry, California.
Also,
City of Industry. Yeah.
I also want to say about Vernon. My friend Sam once said to me that you can taste Vernon driving through it. So, so the city was founded in 1781 by 44 Spanish settlers as El Pueblo de Nuestra Señora la Reina de Los Ángeles del Río Porciúncula. And was annexed with the rest of California when the United Snakes of America declared an illegal war of aggression under James Polk.
One day the California Republic flag will be flying meaningfully again from whatever skyscraper that was.
It'll be the Mexican flag.
Correct.
Presidenta Scheinbaum, I'm ready. Mi país, California, añela ser libre. The city saw very slow growth in the 1800s until, next slide, please. You motherfucker. The discovery of, as we call it in the Southern California region, Kendrick Lamar's well, which the discovery of oil in the Southern California region kickstarted the development of the city and sees explosive growth. As you can see in the documentary, There Will Be Blood, which
great fucking movie.
Great movie, yeah.
Great movie. My boy!
My wife hates that movie.
I drink your milkshake, Eli. But so Los Angeles is on top of, I want to say, the third largest continental oil deposit in the United States.
Petro state. Petro state. Get the fuck out of here.
It's a big thing. There's oil wells all over Los Angeles County.
But you
They're
can't
just
see
disguised as regular buildings.
You can see a great half as interesting video about this, or a bunch of not as great videos imitating a great half as interesting video about this.
That's right.
okay, just cut all of that. Great,
You're gonna
thank
have to
you.
cut all of that, yeah.
All right,
Thanks,
so like Kendrick Lamar is like carbonizing the six. Gotcha. Right.
Yes.
Next slide. I remember this play, Matt. Everybody had this. You could drive the
This
little
is my
cars
child's
around.
psychiatrist's office. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is 1894. This is downtown LA. Isn't it beautiful?
Why does it look like Russia? Is my
Vomit.
question. Why does it look like it should have a
vomit.
Kremlin in it? Like a kind of.
Because it should. They should have a Kremlin.
The TSA caucus
this
to
right
build Los
here.
Angeles a Kremlin.
That was our priority campaign this year, but it was defeated. It was defeated because I spoke against it at convention. That was one of the things that happened.
It's like, how are you going to repel the Tatar raids if you don't have a Kremlin?
Why are we building a Kremlin when we clearly need a gulag first?
Priorities.
Yeah, so I would say cut that previous remark, but I don't care. That's the
What,
Tatar yoke.
you want to say that you supported the Kremlin?
No, because I killed the Kremlin. No, the Tatar yoke will remain over Los Angeles County, and it'll be fine. So this is the sort of density that you're seeing in Los Angeles. You can see there's Alameda Street on the right. So if you know like geography, that section that has like the hill, that's Bunker Hill, and is currently encrusted with
Valor.
That's right. It's because it's where they developed Fallout 3. No, it's encrusted with skyscrapers now. So next slide. Okay, so this is again bustling downtown Los Angeles. That is a sort of early form of public transit. We had little horsies.
This is wide aspect ratio New Orleans. What are you talking about?
I was about to say that church is a hell of a edifice right there.
That is the Cathedral of Santa Viviana, which is where they shot that one part of Everything Everywhere All at Once with the donut.
No shit, really? I mean,
yeah.
that's a beautiful Westworks. That's
You can also
cut all of the so they didn't have Netflix or whatever, so you had to go and like look at the
Stare
ostriches.
at the ostriches farm.
Yeah.
Oh, this episode's never making it to air.
Instead of watching any of the beautiful Quibi originals, Hulu originals.
I need a deep dive.
We're gonna have to give Devin something to do while we're all on tour. So
and they're gonna come to America with the heart attack gun and just right in our faces.
If you make it into America with the heart attack gun, you wasted on you guys. Like,
I have long accepted that Devin is going to be the one to kill me. I just don't know how or when.
Can't wait for the on-screen commentary on this one.
Yeah,
I have a standing thing that at some point I'm going to go down to Devin's like photography studio, which is a converted shipping container, extremely cool,
sick as fuck,
to get some like large format photos done. But I'm just going to go in and every surface is going to be covered in plastic, and I'm going to go out like Joe Pesci and Goodfellas style. Yeah, of course.
Lovely. Well, so speaking of Joe Pesci from Goodfellas, I don't know where I was going with that. This transit system is, as you might imagine, not super great for a city that is growing explosively in size.
It's making me want to play Transport Fever 2 is what it's doing.
Yeah, but with horse-drawn railways. So next slide, please.
It's got those, yeah.
Really? Holy shit!
Yes.
I need to play game. Oh well. Next slide, please. Do you see how we're getting through these at a quick clip? Yeah. So this is
only 50 minutes in and we're on slide. Hold on.
Not my fault.
This is positively. This is like a Quibi like level of speed, a Quiboid level of speed.
Yeah, each slide is its own episode and it lasts about 5 minutes. So this here is an aerial shot of Los Angeles, California. It is taken from southeast of downtown. You can see beautiful Echo Park. You can see where they're going to build Dodger Stadium. You can see that there are no freeways because it's at 20s.
This was taken from like Howard Hughes's plane while the last one of his neurons died.
Yeah,
Aviator, great movie. Watch it.
The way
exactly. So this is obviously we can't do horse-drawn railways here, and obviously cars have not been invented in the 1890s and are kind of shitty in the early 1900s, and also people are figuring out how to navigate streets with cars. So jaywalking is invented in Los Angeles as a crime, but we need to do some other stuff to move people around. So somebody naturally steps in to fill that demand because capitalism is a system that works and is good. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, that's my under duress statement. If you catch me saying that, it's because Devin has appeared holding a gun
and a hammer. So anyway, one doesn't go.
Next slide, please.
Live to the Pacific Electric Railway.
The Pacific Electric Railroad, yeah.
Los Angeles.
So this is what steps in to fill that void, and everybody who likes trains has a sort of I would say fanatical devotion to the Pacific Electric as a concept, and everybody loves it. And you can see more about this in the documentary Who Framed Roger Rabbit. But
it's surprisingly accurate, though. That's the thing.
Sure. Absolutely. The Pacific Electric was the first mass transit system in Los Angeles. It is not the first public transportation system, which we will get into, but it also was, I want to say, the largest electric railway in the world. So why is it that we all have to drive everywhere and I have to constantly ask my friends to hop in their car to go to Santa Monica? So next slide.
Because the plot of Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
Yeah, because they did a Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
I thought we might talk for a second about the what the Pacific Electric is, like as sort of a category of railroad, right?
Yeah, please.
This is a fun part because rather than having to write anything, I can just copy the slide directly from the Cincinnati subway episode.
Yeah, I remember this.
It's environmentally friendly. It's reducing, reusing, and recycling.
Mm-hmm. So the Pacific Electric was an interurban, right? An interurban is this lightly built electric railroad. It runs between urban areas, like between two cities or something, but it runs on the streets inside the built-up urban area, right? It's like a really big, fast trolley. Most of them focused mainly on passenger service, and they used what were essentially larger and faster trolleys and streetcars, right? But, every rule has an exception. On interurban railroads, exceptions are the rule. Their main unifying characteristic is that all of them were weird.
Great.
Yeah, the purpose of these things is to break Gareth's Metro flowchart.
That's right.
Yeah.
Hello, Gareth. I see you showing up with the comments to defend the flowchart.
Yeah.
I've used that flowchart in discussions several times.
So, yeah, these are the examples I had. This is Washington and Old Dominion Railroad number 26, which is just these guys scratch built their own locomotive out of a boxcar, put a trolley pole on it. Here they're hauling just some crap.
I love getting my lumber delivered directly to my street by a kind of reconstituted boxcar pirate ship.
Yeah, just sort of a Cronenberg of a locomotive.
All hail the new flesh.
A history of boxcar.
This is this is a Westchester Traction Company car on the side of the Westchester Pike. This is just outside of Philly. This is a brand new high-speed car on some incredibly terrible track.
I don't know. You put a lawnmower blade on that thing.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
Having my lawn grazed by the interurban like I have goats.
This guy over here is the Chicago, Aurora, and Elgin. This was a high-speed third rail-powered interurban, which the schedules are to this day faster than driving. And it was abandoned in the middle of the day without notice to passengers on July 3rd, 1957.
Getting ghosted by my rapid transit system.
Yeah.
Listen, sometimes a rapid transit system has to set healthy boundaries, okay?
Yeah.
It's doing a lot of emotional and physical labor.
Well, in many ways, by riding it so often, you were love bombing the interurban. So
yeah. Down here we have
literally
this little steeple cab locomotive here hauling a big long freight train over this big concrete arch bridge. This is the Waterloo, Cedar Falls, and Northern. And then over here we have the Iowa Traction Company, which is somehow still operating.
Sick.
Mostly with 90-year-old equipment.
Incredible.
And then, of course, well, we have to talk about the subject, the Pacific Electric.
Yes,
See,
the Pacific
just,
Electric.
Just running a massive train car just on city streets.
Yes,
don't get hit by this.
These cars here, they run down the middle of the street. They're called blimps. Why are they called blimps?
I don't know.
They are so fucking big. They are the biggest on-street railroad equipment ever built, I think. They are bigger than a lot of like mainline railroad coaches. It's so huge.
Fantastic.
And it's like, we just run 3 of these coupled together in traffic with cars.
Yeah, Rich Vern.
Mm-hmm.
They look cool as hell. I mean, like beyond all the practical transit applications, I want to be riding my bike, and instead of being plastered by some Calabasas resident in a, I don't know, like a Cadillac Escalade, instead I get plastered by one of these into a fine red mist.
Yeah, I have a kind of psychogeographic objection to the way things have shaken out here. It's like the driver shouldn't be the apex predator. This thing should be the apex predator. The American driver has no fear in his heart, right? This is the kind of thing that vehicular cycling is meant to re-imbue them. But no,
this thing would mulch. This would mulch a Cybertruck.
Yeah, you have to introduce them to the street to control the Cybertruck population.
As someone who frequently bikes on streets with streetcars and trolleys and so on and so forth, I will say this. I much prefer them to the drivers, even though they're much larger and scarier, because I know where they're going.
That's fair.
There's a lot of sudden moves that they cannot do.
make a lot of noise, kind of harder to miss. They're a color as opposed to just silver.
Unlikely to make a sudden right turn.
And if
there's no tracks
there's
there.
a bigger problem.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah,
Guy gets in trouble if he kills you.
Yes.
Judy Garland is on one, and she's singing that song about the trolley and it going clang, clang, clang. You know?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I like.
That song feels transphobic to me, and I'm not sure I can articulate
why.
I listen. I live in a country where I've just been like detransitioned legally by the judiciary system. I'm allowed to just decide things are transphobic.
An enemy of Dorothy.
Well, yeah, the interurbans, they're all weird. The Pacific Electric is probably the biggest and weirdest.
Great. So speaking of people who are weird, and people and things that are weird, on the right you see Henry Huntington, nephew of Collis P. Huntington.
First day of standing normal lessons.
Yes. In fairness, Collis probably couldn't have done that.
It's
one of the famous dumb guys that started the railroads in California, up there with Leland Stanford.
I was going to say, wasn't he in like the little like grocery cartel with him that led to modern like California?
Yeah. All of these people are psychos, but like you can really see it from the pictures where they're just like, this guy does look like he's about to throttle whoever's taking the photo of him if he hears like an ounce of bad news. But so the first electric trolleys come to LA in 1887. And so in 1895, you start getting the first railway conglomerates like the Pasadena and Pacific Railway, which is the precursor to the Pacific Electric. Because this guy gets screwed out of, I want to say, the Union Pacific. Yes, he gets screwed out of the Union Pacific.
Nothing to get screwed out of.
Yeah.
With only your interurban to keep you warm.
With only your many successful other businesses.
With only your tyrannical grip on part of the Californian economy to keep you warm.
Yeah, specifically, he had done a trolley business in San Francisco with this guy, Isaiah Hellman, who was a banker that had been very successful. So they went in together on the Pacific Electric. They said the time was right to start buying up and consolidating trolley lines, and they consolidated those into the Pacific Electric and the Los Angeles Railway, which we'll talk about in a second, but had yellow cars. So they built the first red car line out to Long Beach in 1902, and you can see in the bottom left, you can see like an older Pacific Electric red car. In the top left, you can see the Pacific Electric red car going past the philosophy library at my alma mater, the University of Southern California. fight on.
Go
I guess
Trojan.
That's correct. It used to be the Fighting Methodists, and then Liam is doing a big thumbs down, and I agree. So
that frames my face so well.
Yeah, it does. Big
these
thumbs
Interurban
down.
cars do slap, though. I love these.
They do. Fun fact: now that is the Metro E line, which used to be the Expo line when I was going to school there. So we'll talk about that later. But next slide.
God, these I could look at 50 more slides of these. No complaints. Sorry.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's what all the other 50 slides are.
Good.
I love this. I love the specific electric loco bottom left. It's just like, it's so happy to see you.
So small.
So we got Pacific Electric Services here. Hey, you want to go to the beach? You can do that. It goes right up on the beach. The tracks are in the sand.
They pulled a visual.
That's so cool. Yeah.
Very similar for this in the surprisingly not bad Netflix series of unfortunate events of a little interurban just riding up the beach. It was pretty effective. It was cool.
Yeah, neat.
This, they actually ran heavy freight trains on this track too. If Gareth were here, he'd be terrified.
Sorry,
or apoplectic. I don't know.
Like, yeah, you're possibly in traffic. Both. One of these rumbles past you. A stray lump of coal falls out, cracks your windshield. Once again, you are not the apex predator of this road.
Right, you deserve it.
Here you can see, just the sheer size of these blimp cars versus, regular cars. They don't have crumple zones. Is the Pacific Electric going to get you, or is the steering column? I don't know.
That's also downtown, by the way. That's like, I mean, a little bit south and east of downtown. I believe that's 6th and Town, but I may be wrong.
And you can see down here, this is on, I forget which route this is. I suspect it's heading out to one of the ones that heads out west.
That actually looks like the place where they currently have the E line out, like down by La Cienega, but I'm again maybe wrong.
But you can see, okay, we've got the huge red cars, but then we also have just a straight up freight train, just a normal freight train. They'll go and run this on the street as well, and you can see way down there. Oh, that's just like 20 tank cars of crude oil on the back.
Getting the sense that like running rail lines down a street is like a really effective, like logistical thing. It's like useful to do this because you can just ship stuff anywhere, right?
Also, have you tried getting your crude oil barrels from like the Silver Lake Trader Joe's? The parking's terrible.
I mean, I'm ordering my crude oil off of Amazon, and like the guy's got to like throw it down the stairs and it gets dented. Whereas if you just have like a flatbed car rolls through the neighborhood with like two guys on it, just throwing your parcels off the side.
Yeah,
directly into your waiting arms. What's to complain about? Nothing.
I think Pacific Electric actually, I think, operated one of the last railway post offices. So there might have been just guys throwing packages out of the car as it goes by on your front door.
There's a specific thing I like to do when you're running the episode, Justin, where I just wish cast something train related and wait for you to say, "Oh, there actually was something like that." And I rub my greasiness little hands together and go, "Yes."
That's fantastic.
They also had steam locomotives, mostly leased from the Southern Pacific because the Southern Pacific and Pacific Electric are very well integrated because, again, the Huntingtons, the octopus,
Oligarchy has some benefits, maybe.
Yeah. Well, it did then. Now it doesn't. Now they don't even do that. So,
this is for interchange service with various railroads that connected the Pacific Electric, mostly for freight. But also, I put in a timetable here. Just like, okay, how was actually service, right?
Illegible, too small. This was when after we had invented design, but before we had invented user experience.
Yeah. So it's like, okay, let's say I'm going on the what is this, Central Station to Edendale line here. It's like, all right, yeah, great, 190 trains each day in each direction. Fantastic.
It's so funny
190.
Wow.
The ego at work that it's more important that I am able to read clearly the names of all of the supervisors and managers of this railroad than the actual timetable.
What you don't sit through the whole journey to get the credits list at the end and see what everybody was doing? That's actually really disrespectful.
I mean, this would be good if I'm like waiting for a train because I can unfurl this and be like, damn, A.T. Mercier really was the vice president and general manager of the operating department. But looking at this, it seems like I'm not waiting for a train because I just step out into the street and get hit by one. Like,
Writing
well, you might be
S.H. Anderson. Oh, that's me. I'm the superintendent of motive power and equipment. That's slaps.
Cool job title. That's a cool job title.
You're writing fanfic about like A. Norbom and WG.
I mean, if anyone wants to do that, the AO3 for us, the AO3 tag for us has been like real low on traffic. So you know,
I like this interline ticket. Only one coupon from New York, New Orleans, Houston, Dallas, San Antonio, El Paso, wherever the fuck Deming, New Mexico is, Tucson, Arizona, Ogden, Utah, Portland, Oregon, or any other juncture point via South Pacific lines to destinations required in selling tickets to points reached by Pacific Electric Railway.
Jesus, you could almost go like door to door.
That is so cool.
You could literally just go to, Pacific Electric ticket agent and say, "Yeah, I want to go to New York City," and they'd be like, "Yep, here's the ticket."
So the intrusive thoughts that I sometimes have now that I have my new passport of just like I could just go to the airport, get on the next plane leaving for wherever and just go there and stay there for a bit. You could genuinely just go to like the station and end up in Los Angeles
or New Orleans.
Yeah, you could do that. You can't anymore.
Easy, baby. Oh,
now I will say that I also wanted to point out in this, there's the Great Lines with a billion trains a day, and then it's like the Newport line. That's the one on the beach before. That's only 15 trains. If I want to go to Arrowhead,
if you are trying to go to Newport or Newport Beach, then you know what? You deserve that because you're going to end up in a very nice location. So you deserve to suffer a little bit first.
Hold on. So I'm trying to read the timetables here. If you go and pick up the train in Los Angeles, right? How long does it take you to get to beautiful Burbank, California?
Good question. That's a different timetable because this one lists distances and not times.
Wait, what? Why?
Oh, it does. It's just miles. It's just it's 12 miles from Los Angeles to Burbank.
I guess it goes through Glendale. Okay, that's fine. That's just not what I'm used to. Okay, weird.
It's just not what I'm used to. I love that.
So again, more important for me to know that E. Clark is the superintendent of the Southern Division than to know how long it's going to take me to get to the bank.
Can we also talk about D.W. Pontius, president?
They don't make names like this anymore.
That guy killed Jesus. Anyway,
great pilot though.
Well, he went on to bigger and better things.
Crucifying Jesus on the front of a
I kind of genuinely could make an argument that president of the Pacific Electric Railway is a more important role in the United States when this came out than like prefect of Judea was in the Roman Empire in like 30 AD.
That sounds about right.
I look forward to the monograph.
We've talked about how the Pennsylvania Railroad had a larger budget than the federal government for a long time.
Southern Pacific owned everything in Southern California, and Southern Pacific was again heavily integrated into the Pacific Electric. There is a later version of this timetable that actually shows the times, which is what you would think a timetable would do. But apparently,
this is a
not until
table.
1950
it
or
gets
so.
there when it gets there, man.
That timetable is from like 1950, and it is a subset of the Southern Pacific timetable.
You want to know the times that the trains are arriving? What, you want the Kaiser to know where the weapons shipments are going?
Yeah, exactly. It's 190 trains a day. It'll be there when you show up.
What are you going to do? You want to insult the office of D.W. Pontius, president?
He's like crying. He's weeping.
No. He gets really mad, and he puts you before the crowd, and they say, "Give us Barabbas."
Give us the turnstile jumper, and you're like,
Oh crap!
This guy, not only does it have all of their names, it has their like work address. It has what office they work out of. This is like an assassination guideline. If the Kaiser did want to, like
Luigi Mangione.
No, we don't know their first or middle names though. So
that's true. That's true.
Yeah,
Lord.
It's been sufficiently anonymized. Back then, they would give they would give your position, your address at work, your address at home, when you can be located at each of those points. But they would not give you your first name.
No, that's anonymous enough. Fuck them.
Yeah.
One thing I do want to point out about this timetable is that you can kind of see the lines, that they are all lines that go a little bit far away from LA proper, like downtown LA. So you can see, for example, the Pasadena line, you can see the South Pasadena line, the Watts line, the San Bernardino, Riverside, and Pomona, which is so far. So you can see that these are like long distance travels. If we go to the next slide. So to go back to the Los Angeles Railway, the center of the network and the thing that actually like moved more people for day-to-day commuting was the Los Angeles Railway, or Larry as it was called. Larry, or the yellow car line. So they carried more people and ran through the denser part of the city, and they had even bigger cars generally than the Pacific Electric.
I would strongly dispute that, because these are narrow gauge.
Well, my understanding is that they got bigger cars when the Pacific Electric started transitioning to the later size.
You couldn't build something
what kind
bigger
of
than
hormones
that.
you need for that?
Right.
It's fine. The wheels are just in the middle, goes out all the way on each side.
Well,
they've moved to like standard PCCs here. The President's Conference car. We have these in Philly as well.
Aren't they
still
fun?
Oh yeah,
they're
pretty
gorgeous.
fun.
Yeah,
they're beautifully streamlined.
You could not have run anything bigger than the blimp cars on the Los Angeles Railway. The curves are too tight, and again, it's narrow gauge because they didn't want. I would suspect it's because they didn't want interchange freight traffic on there.
Most likely, yeah. I wouldn't want to run interchange freight traffic like right past Perch and accidentally squash somebody who's taken like one of the 1,000 Ubers that goes there every evening.
You like hit an important person. Like you step out of City Hall or whatever, and you sort of get squashed by a narrow gauge load of coal, like a Welsh heritage railway.
Exactly. So on the right, you can see like the map of the system. What really irks me about this is that there are 2 lines that go right past my apartment that don't exist anymore.
They should have done a sequel to LA Noire. I don't know what to tell you.
Actually, my apartment is in LA Noire.
They shouldn't have abused all of their developers like that, but they should also have abused them just enough to do a sequel. No, they should have made them do a sequel in a way that was not abusive.
The way that was ethical.
I'm realizing I might accidentally dox myself. Do not come to my house. I will not be happy about it unless.
Well, I mean, the thing is, legally, we have to print your work address, and but like it's just your initials, so it's like
that's a good point.
My work address is N Suarez Sykes. No, that's
these
not,
are
that's
my
too...
office hours.
These are my vulnerabilities.
9 to 5 Mondays and Tuesdays. This N Suarez Sykes character. I got it. Noah S. There we go. So anyway, it says Noah do the Wilshire Boulevard story, but I'll do that later. Next slide.
Yeah.
Oh wait, actually, can we go back one? Sorry, I forgot one thing. No, look in the sort of middle right of that map. Nova, what do you notice?
I paid for LASIK, but
this is Beverly Hills.
Nope, I said the middle right. Yes, Vernon, beautiful Vernon, California.
I just saw Beverly Hills. It calls to me because
This is back in the day when Vernon was still like party town as well.
Also, you can see that there's a line that goes straight through there. Please keep that in mind for later. Next slide. Did you see the pool? They flipped the bitch. So one of the reasons I hate that fucking Huntington guy is because he was extremely anti-labor. The period of time,
Southern California's proudest tradition.
It's not his fault. He was constrained by his material conditions of being insanely wealthy and stupid.
Yeah, exactly, and also stupid. He did kill John Henry.
Yeah, from
that's right.
posts.
That is factually true, actually.
Jesus, really?
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry, elaborate.
His Collis Huntington had a second railroad across the United States, the Chesapeake and Ohio, and one of the tunnels along the New River Gorge is supposedly the one where John Henry tried to beat the steam drill.
Oh man.
Yeah. And then just straight up died. But he did beat the steam drill.
Which is important, I think. You know, it's like me posting with a large language model. And I'm like, the large language model gets out 9
faster than the LLM.
Yeah.
It gets out. It got out 9 posts. I got out 15, and then I died.
Yeah, well, it's about the number of likes you get, you know.
Just like me frantically tweeting about Peronism like 30 times in a row.
Posted so hard I died.
Yeah. So the labor unrest in Southern California was a result of the open shop doctrine that it had, where basically, it was extremely anti-union. The rules were stacked against unions, etc. But Huntington took it to another level. In 1903, the Amalgamated Transit Workers tried to organize Mexican laborers that Huntington paid significantly less than other workers, including other minorities. And so what he did upon hearing this, that they were organizing, is fire every single Mexican laborer and replace them with other minorities who he still paid more.
Fucking asshole.
Jesus Christ, this guy sounds like my dad's dad, who is dead. Rest in piss, Waldo.
Every piece of family history I learn about your family, I'm just like, yeah, my dad's a Maoist, but maybe that makes more sense because my grandfather is like some kind of robber baron.
Turbo racist. But that's why no one's visited his grave.
Well, also because they can't find him. They can't find his grave.
No,
Waldo is gone.
It's in Saxonville. You can go. I don't know what it says. I assume dead bastard. In my dad's handwriting.
Finding Waldo and it just says dead bastard.
Frowny face. It's just my dad doing this.
Your dad like inscribing quotations from Chairman Mao Zedong on the
He gave me a little red book for my 14th birthday, and that was my 14th birthday present, and a $25 gift card to Borders. It slapped.
God, that's so cool.
I miss Borders.
So what you're seeing here, actually, this is coincidentally the same place where we earlier saw the what was that? Sorry, I'm going back in the slides. In Justin's slide earlier where you saw the train cars go by that I said was at 6th and Town. This is that same place because you can see the hotel in the back. Somebody flipping over a streetcar in the Great Streetcar Strike of 1919. Because
that slaps. Hell yeah.
Yeah,
imagine several someones.
Oh yeah, it was one guy.
The thing about Occupy,
it was John Henry.
He was possessed by the spirit of John Henry.
Yeah, you've heard the thing about Occupy is that they haven't flipped. They never flipped over any train cars.
That's true.
Dad?
They didn't. What's up with that? So the First World War, which we've heard of, caused a ton of inflation. We've heard of this.
Just loosely, like, which we know about. We know about the First World War.
You know,
that was the one. Kind of sounds like we're lying about knowing about World War I.
That was the one with the band Franz Ferdinand, right?
Yeah, that's right. That's the band Franz Ferdinand died in that accident. Serbians fans of that band. So the First World War led to inflation and economic issues, and the Amalgamated Association of Street Railway Employees was not able to get recognition for their union from the National War Labor Board and decided to go on strike because this is before Taft-Hartley, which ended up being the Great Streetcar Strike of 1919. They were greasing the wheels of the streetcars and overturning them, and it was a whole big thing. They got higher wages, but no union. But Huntington
action gets some of the goods.
Yeah, it does.
The moderate chance.
The reformist union.
Direct action will listen. You want the trains to run on time? Recognize my union. Recognize my Mexican comrades, and also that this won't happen to your house.
Correct.
Otherwise,
bunch of guys show up
and
flip your
65 of my buddies are going to flip over the streetcar.
Exactly.
No, we're gonna come to your house and we're gonna flip over your house.
Your house, yeah, like a Fiat Panda.
We're gonna come to DW Pontius Pilate's office, which we know where it is because it's printed on the mile table, and we're gonna put the building over on like a 45-degree angle.
You guys have read Sideways Stories from Wayside School, right? It's gonna fucking end up like that.
Yeah. Who do you take me for? Of course I read that. No. Also,
the elevators worked once.
Side note, by this time, there was a consortium of anti-labor businessmen, including Elisha Gray Otis of the LA Times, Plus Ça Change, that, were kind of trying to keep this open shop thing going. But also, generally, there was a huge amount of building anger against Huntington because he was a huge asshole. And because of this, and because of various railroad land schemes, which you can see in the documentary Chinatown, that sort of thing had become very prevalent. So there was a lot of corruption in the railways. Roz, you could probably talk more about that than I can.
There's a reason they called the Southern Pacific the octopus, because it owned everything.
Orange groves, things of this nature.
Yeah.
So if we want to go to the next slide, all of these streetcars are running on
Haunted.
Yeah, exactly.
The haunted zone. Yeah.
Yeah, welcome to a deleted level for Metro 2033.
That game.
I was about to say Metro 1925.
Yeah.
Yeah. We do in Los Angeles use ammunition as currency. Many people do not know this, but it's true. So
I saw this in the documentary Escape from LA.
Yeah. And my street gang, DSALA, whose thing is getting really jacked. So it's just me. Anyway, so they built, actually, this is the first subway. I've subdivided this into a series of tries at building a mass transit infrastructure. This system is the first try. This is the first subway that they put in, the 1925 subway that is still there under downtown. It is spooky, and you can still go in there if you want to do some of that urban exploring shit that's kind of passe now. And it was intended to sort of connect Hollywood and downtown. You can see some folks celebrating it, opening in the top right, and you can see an insane interchange at the bottom right, which looks freaky.
Beautiful. It's beautiful.
These double slips, I think, would make Gareth mad. That's a very tight radius.
Oh, yeah. It's still there. It's still there. The tunnels are still there. And I don't want to know what's in them. I'm ignoring them, and I hope you all do too.
Of course.
Yeah.
No trains, which is what I want.
Actually, that's where all the trains are. They just have.
Oh, shit. They put all the trains in there.
Bane tricking all of the trains in Los Angeles into the tunnels.
You merely adopted Los Angeles. I was born in it.
Get in there, you fuckers. I'm kicking the invisible trains. You can't see them, but I can because I run out of my medication.
I can see them. So if we could go to the next slide.
Let's do this.
Yeah, that's right. If we go to the next slide. Yep. So a notable thing about this railroad is we're going to go through some problems, but one of them is that the reason for it to kind of exist, in addition to, try and make money, is that Huntington has bought a bunch of property in outlying areas, including the Huntington Beach development, which is named after him, that he wants to ship people to, so they can check out properties and so they could buy houses. So
why does this map have blood on it?
Because it is the open veins of Los Angeles. So
that is John Henry's blood.
Yeah. So the lines don't necessarily go where people want to go, but rather where he wants them to go, and as a result are not necessarily profitable. Many of them are unprofitable, and a lot of them start switching over to bus service. And everything is at grade.
Oh yeah.
Everything. So you got some streetcars going down Santa Monica Boulevard at 13 miles an hour, and it's fine, actually, because why would you ever want to go down Santa Monica Boulevard at a reasonable speed?
I believe it's it particularly like the Eastern Division over here was largely like the streetcars are in traffic the whole time, not just at grade, but like in normal road traffic.
Oh yeah, even in the middle part, the Larry cars are all like straight up in street traffic in the middle.
I mean, what are you gonna do about it? Get mad? Probably. What, like, that doesn't do shit to a streetcar.
Right. And as I mentioned, everybody fucking hates Huntington because he's a personally unpleasant business tyrant, and they hate any semblance.
History fucking, it rhymes. It
rhymes. Yeah, it rhymes.
Yeah, I love Los Angeles Elon Musk, a position for which there are so many claimants that it would take another hour to list them, including Elon Musk himself, the various times that he's in this city. So the interesting portion of this is that it, leads to a contrast with the automobile, which people are like, oh, this is not corrupt because it's not the train. And all these...
obviously, like, all of these people agree with Henry Ford's anti-Semitism, and
yes,
they don't have to go where like this more kind of like locally unpleasant millionaire wants them to go. They can just drive out to wherever.
You can drive out to the Portillo's in Anaheim. I'm putting in a lot of very specific local references because that'll play very well with Angelina.
Yeah, I mean, like all of these guys see like someone who is 1% too Mexican for them, and they get in the Ford Model T and they break their arm cranking the motor, and then they go and they drive as far away as they can in the opposite direction to Anaheim.
Exactly.
Yes. And they root for the Angels and the corpse of Mike Trout's career. Correct.
Yes, exactly. So this system, again, it is unprofitable, but it's kind of like what you have, right? Except change is coming. Next slide.
Yeah.
Just one more lane. Just one more lane,
bro. It'll fix it, bro. I swear, bro.
I was like this particular stretch of the Pasadena freeway here because it's like, oh yeah, you got these beautiful Art Deco tunnel portals on one side, and when they widened it, it was just like, nah, fuck it.
Oh yeah,
just go over.
It looks atrocious when you are coming back into LA from Pasadena. It's really bad. So this is the Arroyo Seco Parkway, or the. Sorry, I'm flexing and I can roll my R's over certain...
which you know perfectly well that I cannot do. A horrifying speech impediment in Spanish and basically no other language.
Rápido, corre el ferrocarril.
My tongue doesn't do that.
Yeah, I'm flexing on the non-rhotic R.
Wow. It just goes, ugh.
Non-rhotic R cells.
This kind of sounds like are you suffocating?
No, it sounded like a really bad like motorcycle engine.
Can we loop that?
Like a machine gun, yeah.
Arriba, etc.
Arriba.
I'm allowed to say that. I am Puerto Rican. So
turn mine off.
So this is the Arroyo Seco Parkway, also known as the Pasadena Freeway, and it goes to, you'll never guess, Pasadena.
Wow.
It opens. Yeah, I put 19XX because I forgot to put the date, but it's in the 30s, I want to say. And it is the first freeway in. We call them freeways here. Can you believe that? In the Western US.
Roger Rabbit is busy holding up like one of the like tunnel openings because he's mixed in with the concrete.
Yeah, they're like sending cops to kill him. Anyway, the freeway heralds a new era of automotive ingenuity for Southern California and a new love affair with the beautiful automobile. Next slide, please.
It's like we found a more unsafe way to drink.
Yeah, exactly.
Really livens shit up.
If only, good thing we don't have an entire industry in Los Angeles that pretty much every single non-work activity in it and many work activities in it are based around drinking. Glad that's not the case. Now to take a big sip of my tea. So I put some graphs and charts in here for the hogs who presumably enjoy graphs and charts.
Yes.
And they're from the library. So on the left, you can see rail and bus riders going down, revenue per passenger and rides per capita. And you can also see the passenger car registration going up On the right, you can see the normal drive time. Every one of those bands is about 5 minutes. So it takes about 45 minutes at the time to get to beautiful Santa Monica. So you can go to the pier, you can go to the promenade, which doesn't exist yet. You can go to one of the grosser beaches, Santa Monica Beach, all that sort of stuff. And now, thanks to decades of freeway expansion, it can take as little as 1.5 hours during rush hour instead of 45 minutes, as it does on this graph. Although I checked it yesterday at 3:30 p.m., which is a Tuesday, and it was like 30 minutes. So
long as you don't have to work.
So long as you don't have to work.
You can go to Santa Monica on a weekday afternoon.
And it'll only take you 15 minutes less than it would have taken you before the construction of the freeway. Next slide.
A huge victory for lanes.
Yes. So the horrible master motorway system plan is here. The various car-based interests in Southern California come up with a motorway plan that would have run red car lines down the middle of the various freeways in the 30s.
At least one of them actually did.
Yes,
the Hollywood Freeway. I put this picture in down here.
What is the Hollywood Freeway? The 110?
I think it's the 101.
Oh, it is that's right. It's the 101.
Wow, that looks so cool.
Oh God, I said the in front of a road name.
Yeah, dude.
I've become a Los Angelino. God damn it!
Loose and root for the Kings and
Los Angeles.
I don't know how Magic Johnson is just it's on and so fuck you.
Unfortunately, I am moving to Los Angeles. I'm sorry.
You can leave the East Coast over my cold dead body.
Roz, do you want to go to you know when you move in, you can go get stuff for your apartment at the Lowe's on Pico?
This is just hitting Pittsburgh for me. They talk like that there. I'm sorry.
The Lowe's on Pico has like an outdoor garden section.
This is Pittsburgh. No? Why are you talking like you're from Pittsburgh?
You can go to Squirrel in Atwater. Why did I say Atwater Village? That's not where it is. Virgil Village. You get a Squirrel.
I'm going to sleep now.
You have ricotta toast.
It does sound like Pittsburgh. It does sound like Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Just hold the hockey.
I'm doing the voice from the Californian sketch on SNL.
No, it's actually Californian Yinzers.
I know a few. So, like Shanti Singh. So
good point.
Anyway, so this is the first plan for motorways, and it is going to be the start of the thing that kills the red car system. It's very different from what actually gets completed. You can see a bunch of freeways that don't exist and a bunch that do, but in different forms. Yeah, I mean, the one that goes directly into downtown that cuts, like the fact that they put like 7 of them in what is now Westlake is insane.
It's like borderline Glaswegian level of city mutilation.
Yeah,
city mutilation is going to stick with me for a while.
So they decided to mutilate it a little bit less in 1947 when you get the next slide.
Metropolitan Los Angeles.
Help prevent fires. It pays.
I also like help conserve.
That's the only thing that we can get you to stop throwing away discarded cigarettes is there's a little bit of money in it for you.
Yeah. Drive safely and be safe as you drive. Those mean the same fucking goddamn thing.
I like help conserve human life.
Why
really?
Does it look like a Frankenstein thought?
No, you're gonna have to go run over like 50 cats.
I actually did almost hit a coyote biking home at night next to the Silver Lake Reservoir, and it haunts me. But I didn't hit it, so it's fine. I just almost died.
Drive safely and also drive safe.
I was on a bike,
I hit a deer once on my bike.
Did you?
I've never vehicularly manslaughtered anything, human or animal.
Incredible.
Oh, it didn't die. It just gave me a nasty look and ran off. I think I got hurt worse than the deer.
So, first of all, you could have, if you had been biking a little bit faster, you could have had some delicious venison for a long amount of time. So, you snooze, you lose.
I was like probably, 16. My dad would have never brought that thing home.
Well, so this map of the freeways, you can see, again, there's a lot of stuff that didn't get built. Like, for example, this Santa Monica Parkway never got built. Instead, the 10 fulfills its purpose. But this is horrible. This is terrible.
Yes.
This is one of, the things that the freeways did to LA awful. This gets
But
adopted.
It could have been worse.
It could have been worse. It could have been worse. This was adopted in 47 and then built through the 50s. It also has many innovations in Evil, like the first 4-level stack interchange.
Oh God!
And also, this system was used particularly to harass and displace Black Angelenos. So they ran the 10 through the affluent, upper middle class Black neighborhood of Sugar Hill, completely destroyed it, and essentially segregated the city so that everything north of the 10 was white, everything south of the 10 was Black. So that's bad. If we want to go to the next slide. Transit fights back. Okay.
We know what Angelino's like. Racist diagrams.
Well, hold on. You're getting ahead of me because you can see the stuff that's going to come in the
excuse
animation.
Me. Yeah, it shows up in the thing. Yeah.
You can see what Angelino's like.
I mean, listen. I can go back. I can fix this and be like, there's something racist about what we're seeing here. I'm sure we can identify that now.
So
together.
on the right is a non-racist.
No. Well, listen. If you don't think it's racist, I think maybe you need to like examine some of your
oh no. I'm listening and I'm learning. Oops, ouch. So I can't call this map racist because I think it's great, and also the guy who made this map, I use it again, or another map of his. So this is a rendering of the rail rapid transit system that a consortium of interests, including organized under the LA Chamber of Commerce, through a front group called the Rail Transit Action Group, put together in 1948, because they're seeing the freeways come in and they're like, not on my watch. So it would have grade separated a lot of the existing line and was, put together in conjunction with Mayor Fletcher Bowron. Thank you.
Wait, I heard the word mayor. You're gonna need to elaborate on that for like an hour.
We talked about him. We talked about him, I believe, in the Sam Yorty episode of "Well, Mayor's Your Problem." No Gods, No Mayors.
Los Angeles.
Thank you. Which you should go listen to immediately. The Sam Yorty episode. You'll learn about a guy who thought he was psychic because he was Irish. Fletcher,
is that
that's
not
real?
A guy who met his wife by licking stamps real good.
Again, I point you to my dad, unfortunately.
A guy who abused the franking privilege to send a 4-page pamphlet to every Californian and cost the state like $1.4 million.
What is the point? It's a franking privilege. I should be able to do that.
That's right. You need to
Fuck
you need to examine your franking privilege.
You're centering you're
centering franking capable entities. So the thing about this is that this is like a pretty good plan, right? It gets you where you need to go. It goes through downtown. You're running a bunch of railways down the freeways. So you'd be running them down the 10, the 405, the 110, the 101, the never built Olympic freeway. And you get a real subway instead of the kind of weird tunnels that you have.
Shit hose thing we have now, yeah.
And what's notable about this plan is actually this is like an early implementation of infographics. If you want to hit the next slide button. So now you get the racist.
Wow.
Oh, Jesus.
Seeing something American happening in America.
Oh, I can't believe
what is
racist.
This, Mexico?
Yeah, so you get the usual argument about mass transit on the left. It's impossible to find places for all the cars to park. Bus capacity is greater, but they congest streets. Rail capacity is unlimited because cars can run in trains and trains can run in subways. Bus and train passengers have no parking problem. And for those that are listening to this instead of watching it, why? Yeah, exactly. But you can see on the right, there's a series of infographics showing that these cities put in rail rapid transit when they grew this big, and like Boston, Chicago, Philadelphia, and then what appears to be
the city's skylines milestone-based development.
Yeah, exactly.
Speaking of racist, good thing Boston never did that.
Right, exactly. What appears to be a sleepy gentleman with a sombrero under a palm tree. And then underneath it, Los Angeles made these plans, but it had grown this big. And then the harbor, the water, the power, and that sleepy man holding a train. So just insane racist infographics. And shockingly for the period, the insane racist infographics did not convince people. They fucking hated this, and they organized against to kill it. So this is the second try at building a Los Angeles mass transit system. So again, we're on try 2. Okay.
Plan B, racism.
That's right. So we're on try.
Well, it's like people did all these freeways because they were racist, right? So what are they like?
We're gonna take a look in the mirror and get more racist.
Yeah,
turning the dial back.
I mean,
and forth.
exactly. It's like, okay, we got to appeal to the racists by doing racism, but for us.
Oh wow,
Democrats.
God damn it!
Yeah,
Same time.
I'm glad we all 4 of us made the same joke.
That
party needs to be taken out to the woodshed politically. It's over.
Please just old yeller us.
Importantly, I am not naming any specific Democrats in the Los Angeles area I have problems with. I just want to be very clear about that, and that the opinions of other people on this podcast do not represent my opinion.
Just do something. Do anything. Do fucking like wigs again. Do bull moose party shit.
Oh, precisely.
No more Democrats.
Sherelle Parker likes it when kids die.
I mean, honestly, like the big Bernie rally, was like the first big mobilization that I've seen the Democratic Party do in LA, and I'm like, everybody's pissed off here. But anyway,
you say the party, but like the National Party fucking hated that shit.
That's true. They did hate that shit, which is why I enjoyed it. The Bernie AOC rally. It was there were 36,000 people there. So speaking of 36,000 people, can we go to the next slide real quick?
Were we just on 2 million?
Yeah, so this is fine.
Oh, good. I like when I can't see the building that's 50, 60 feet in front of me.
Oh, it's London.
That's City Hall in the middle.
Who put all these palm trees in London?
You're going to have to bleep this because I think this might actually reflect negatively on my... this is an opinion I can't have due to my workplace, but... Please bleep that. Please bleep all of that.
Wow, that's a whole bottle of tequila. Okay.
So we're going to have a spreadsheet by the end of this telling Devin what to bleep.
I trust them to save us from ourselves, and I've said that many times.
I agree. I love them. I love them so much. I am so sad I'm not drinking because of Lent.
It is a pleasure to work with them. I'm excited very much to do the next Kill James Bond, which is
about the movie Evita.
I mean, we'll get to it. When
you get to it, give me a call. But okay, next slide, please, because that was supposed to be a gag. So Streetcar Conspiracy.
Yes,
let's go.
Oh, we're gonna light
been an
General
episode in
Motors
itself.
on fire. It will be.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to get to it. Roz, do you wanna hit this one?
So, the General Motors streetcar conspiracy. I mean, there's a lot here. I am sort of the opinion that it didn't happen.
We are official narrative likers. Like, as you know, I believe in the Warren Commission as written.
A court to have happened to some extent. So essentially the big narrative is, okay, all these streetcar systems, they started losing money. They got sold to a company called National City Lines, which was part owned by both General Motors and Firestone Tires. So, they started replacing these streetcars with buses, which, used General Motors buses that ran on Firestone tires. There's also a lot of other factors that led to the demise of the streetcars. A big one was a lot of municipalities started using these streetcar lines as like cash registers, right? It was like, okay, in order for you to run your streetcar line down our street, in order to have permission to have tracks there, you're subject to fare regulations. So you charged a nickel in 1910, that's great. You charge a nickel in 1950, not so great, but no one's allowing you to raise the fares. You were responsible for maintaining the whole street. You were responsible for like snow removal. A lot of this, you really came to a point where in order for these companies to continue running the streetcars, and by this time they had deferred maintenance for a very, very long time because they didn't have the money for it. So the streetcars were doing pretty poorly. They had very bumpy ride. It was like, all right, maybe we switch to motor buses because these are, they're new, they're on pneumatic tires, so they're smoother. because again, the streetcar right of way was maintained so poorly. You know, and you know, they were perceived as being much more modern by the public. You could sort of go out and say, look, we're modernizing, we're providing better service for you. But you know, ultimately they did turn out to be worse. And by ripping up the streetcar tracks, of course, all of the burden of maintaining streets was passed on to the city. And if you had something like the Pacific Electric had a lot of, which is dedicated rights of way, of course, you couldn't use that anymore.
Question. The streetcars ran on like overhead like wire, right?
Yes.
Why not, as a good social democrat, I propose in like good conscience, right?
I see where you're going with this.
Why not a Moscow style trolley bus?
So it's actually funny that you mentioned that, because if you go in downtown LA, you can still see on the buildings that they're like the hooks where they used to hang the catenary from. So you can like see them halfway at the wall. And right before the pandemic, noted disgraced former city council member Kevin De Leon. Sorry, I can. You know what?
I remember Kevin De Leon. Yes.
Yes. I was stopped from saying that noted disgraced racist city council member Kevin De Leon. It's not libel if he was racist and it's printed in the newspaper that he was racist. So anyway,
sue the LA Times like Sam Yorty, not you.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's also my opinion that he was extremely racist. But Kevin De Leon wanted to revitalize downtown, or a section of downtown, by putting a streetcar back in. And if I remember correctly, trolley buses were considered. And it was literally just going to be a loop around downtown for tourists. So,
and the big thing with converting trolley lines to trolley buses is, apart from Cincinnati and a few other cities, streetcars use a one-wire system, right? The wire above is charged at 600 volts, and the tracks carry the return current. If you have a trolley bus, you can't return the current through tracks. You have to build a second wire.
I was going to say, returned through those nice conductive rubber tires.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, the Montreal Metro. Is that how it works with our trolley buses, Roz, in Northeast Philly?
Yeah, there's two wires.
I just didn't know.
Montreal Metro has their secret steel wheels behind the tires.
What?
Yeah.
It's the Jews. It's the Jews.
Oh my God. So
I've entered delirium.
I am less than sober.
I am simply drinking my Lagunitas Brewing Company Hoppy Refresher because, again, it's Lent.
Ross, how many beers in are you?
You shame me on Lent.
How many beers in am I? I don't know. I got 2 left though.
I'm doing that Puerto Rican Catholicism where I'm like really keeping to Lent, but I don't actually ever go to church. So that's good.
Right, there you go.
So can we go to the next slide for some fun? Monorail.
It really put Ogdenville on the map, and North Haverbrook.
And it was going to put Los Angeles on the map because in 1951 we go to our third try at building a mass transit system for LA, the monorail.
They should have done this one. This is sick. They should have done this.
Everyone's high on the kind of barbiturates that they only give you if you have like an advertising agency job or you got like a leg blown off in the war.
Encasing an entire ham and jello. We should do a monorail.
Yeah. And so they founded the Los Angeles MTA, the Metropolitan Transit Authority, to examine the feasibility of running a bunch of insane fucking monorails from Long Beach to Panorama City. Like it's the Jetsons. So Long Beach, of course, being at the extreme south end of LA County and Panorama City being like way up in the valley. So just a full north-south line. So this was very stupid, and it doesn't go anywhere because the Wilshire Corridor stakeholders kind of squash it. But there's a set of monorail men who really want this to happen and keep insisting that we need to build it. And the MTA gets expanded powers to nationalize the existing remaining bus lines after this fails, because this obviously fails. And so it nationalizes those bus and streetcar lines in 1958 for $34 million. And by that point, most of the streetcars are kind of gone. Larry has 5 streetcar lines and everything else is buses.
They're like $34 million in 1958 is a lot more money.
Oh,
like, that's,
yeah.
It's like Hedda Hopper's Barbiturate's budget. Like, that's...
Exactly.
I did find on the Pacific Electric Railway Historical Society website a few photos of the big red cars, but they were in LAMTA paint scheme. They actually look really good. I would have put some in, but they don't let you download the photos.
Oh, well, I screenshot a bunch of...
Is it one of those kind of like you right click and it flashes you up a message that's like, hey, don't steal my photos?
Yeah, exactly. I figured the Historical Society would be there to let people use the history in an educational sense.
I use the Windows screenshotting feature to
you got to use
take a bunch of PDFs from that Metro has online for free. And then
those are really nice. They look like toothpaste.
Yeah.
So it's like a tricolor. It's like white on the top.
Like, what?
Yeah, it's like white on the top, green in the middle, kind of like a minty blue.
One more thing about this monorail that I wanted to just point out is that
it's like faded Estonia.
This is an original, like this is like one of the first concepts, but then they decided to hang them upside down, like that one.
Like
yeah, exactly, and that was the direct comparison. So anyway, moving on.
Yes, so. Because monorail is going to keep coming up, what I did was I brought out my copy of the railroad, what it is and what it does.
Are you just?
Which is otherwise
is this just a picture of you holding it?
Yes, you can see my disgusting keyboard back here.
You so much.
It's called a scanner. It comes with most printers. 007.
It doesn't have one.
A printer.
Who has a printer?
Actually, I'm with you on this one.
I do, and you do. What are you talking about?
You just need one person in the friend group who has a functioning printer, and then they constantly have to live with the doubt of whether or not you're like friends with them or you're just using them for
like the
printer.
Friend with the truck. Yeah, the friend with the printer. Ross, I work in an office. You could just tell me to print shit.
I didn't want to go all the way over there so you could scan one page.
I don't mind. And oh no, you don't want to hang out with your friend? Okay, no, it's fine.
Ooh. We hung out yesterday.
Well, I want to hang out. I like hanging out with you. I want to hang out all the time.
Wow. Okay.
Wow. That's friendship.
This is otherwise a very, very staid and sensible book. But the author did take some time out at the very front of the book to say monorails are fucking stupid.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Yeah, which is basically okay. So when you have a monorail, the basic problem is the center of gravity needs to be below the monorail, right?
Which means one rail.
Yes, exactly. So the guideways for it are relatively cheap to build if they're elevated compared to regular rail. That counts for both suspended monorails and normal monorails, and they are way more expensive if they're on the surface or they're in a tunnel, in both cases. Monorails almost never make sense. It's pretty much universally a terrible idea. No one should ever consider this as a serious mode of transportation, ever. Anyway.
I see that it says bi-rail there, and I don't think that's real. I think you're either hetero-rail or homo-rail. So just wanted to put that out there.
Bi-rail in this case was, I think, born out of the Los Angeles monorail conversations where some planners were like, well, I don't know if this one rail situation is going to work. What if there were two? So they sort of, through a long and expensive process, reinvented the idea of trains with two rails.
That's incredible. This you're telling me this rail is by. Wow, I love that.
Yes.
So I do also want to just really quickly say this is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard, and it's going to keep coming up. So
yes.
But if you want to go to the next slide, I have a thing to explain, but I'm also realizing that the one of two photographs I took for this podcast in real life is missing. But it's actually good that it's missing because the punchline is going to be better. So That's the Wilshire corridor right there. The purple line there is the current path of the purple line, which I know. Hold on to your hats.
Yes.
So
I'm just more disgusted by Apple Maps here.
Yeah, I didn't screenshot that. I just found it online because I couldn't find a good map of just the D line. Oh, sorry, this is the D line.
Oh,
riding the D train.
Riding the D train.
Hold on, let me get a clean one. Riding the D train. One more time. Riding the D train for safety. So
riding the D train, folks.
Riding the D train.
They say they're riding the D train. Would you believe it? They're coming to Los Angeles and they're riding the D train. Okay, and it's a very beautiful train. You go to Wilshire, Vermont. Okay, you go to the Chipotle in the building, and it's going to be very strong, very powerful.
I don't think the bowls are as good as the Trump Tower, but
you can go to the HMS Bounty, okay, in Koreatown. It's a beautiful bar. It's nautical themed, and you can buy a $6 beer and shot combo. Would you believe it? So
yeah, you can do that for $5 in Philly, dickhead.
Yeah, but then you don't get to be in the bar where Frank Sinatra was and is across the street from the Ambassador Hotel where they shot RFK. So
no, but you do get to be in the bar where the bartender once yelled at the bouncer who tried to stop me from taking a drink outside. He's good. That's dip spit.
But consider this, Leo.
Saluting.
First of all, consider this. You can play the Dead Kennedys in the bar across the street from where they killed the Kennedy.
That is a good one.
Funny.
It's like that bar in Boston. You can drink a cold Sam Adams while you look at a cold Sam Adams.
Yeah, exactly. So
November's dying. This is amazing.
It's fine.
Okay, Wilshire Boulevard is like one of the big boulevards in Los Angeles. It goes all the way from the west to the east, and it is named after a guy named Henry Wilshire, who was he was a publisher, a land developer, and an ardent socialist. So he gave a bunch of land to the city to build Wilshire Boulevard on the condition that the city could never run a rail franchise on it.
Oh, boo.
That we found the one socialist who is anti-train.
But it gets better.
Made sense at the time.
Yeah, no, because all the railroads are like owned by these 6 like jumped up grocers who all think they're Napoleon. Of course you're going to be like,
he doesn't want a Pacific Electric train with like 60 oil tank cars going down his beautiful boulevard.
In the context of its time, it's like, so I'm going to give you all this land, but if somebody tries to drive a Cybertruck on it, you have to drag them out of there. And
Which I support. Again,
YouTube.
And the thing about Henry Wilshire is that he went by his middle name, and his middle name is Gaylord.
You used to be allowed to do that without people like us laughing at you.
It gets better because Gaylord Wilshire went ahead and built Gaylord Wilshire, which is what they called me when I lived a little closer. So anyway, Gaylord Wilshire went ahead and built a hotel.
Is this the Gaylord Palms?
Yeah, the Gaylord Hotel.
It is
the
Gaylord Hotel, which is where the HMS Bounty is, across the street from where they shot RFK.
The last thought that enters JFK's mind is like, is that hotel called the Gaylord?
Is that a franchise?
Yeah, because there's multiple Gaylords.
I don't know. All I know is that you can drive down Wilshire Boulevard at night and you can see a giant lit neon sign in Fraktur that says Gaylord. And every time I do that, I send my friends a photo of it. And I said, I can't believe I'm driving past your apartment.
Gaylord Hotels, yeah. All right.
It's that and the time the Milford Plaza's sign went out. So it just said MILF Plaza. Like, there have been some great adventures in science.
I was about to say, if it is a franchise that was founded by a socialist, it's ironic that CPAC has their convention there.
Yeah, I don't know if the franchise
Gaylord
is
Wilshire
related.
turning over in his Gaylord grave.
Because you can go to the upscale water park or resort in Central Florida. Yeah,
it's such a shame that I can't go to the US really safely because, like, it has such sights.
Nova, when I am premier of the Southern California ASSR, I will make sure you are able to visit the Gaylord and also the ruins of the Ambassador
I want
Hotel.
a diplomatic passport in
we'll give you the
California
pouch.
ASSR.
We'll give you you're gonna need to smuggle some
also,
stuff.
when y'all come to LA, I will take you to the HMS Bounty, which is a very fun dive bar. So moving on.
When we're forced to do the shows in LA, we'll do it at the HMS Bounty, and they'll just feed me rum drinks until I roll over.
You don't want to drink the rum drinks. The rum is really bad. But anyway,
I just like rum. I like rum.
Food is actually weirdly good. So anyway,
it's called HMS Bounty. It's a nautical themed bar, and the rum is bad. What the fuck?
Can I completely
authentic.
derail us some more and give out a free tip?
Yeah.
This is not from personal experience, but from the Trash Future crew when transiting through to Australia. There is a restaurant in Singapore Airport called Noodles, like noodles with too many O's.
Okay.
That is apparently weirdly like the best airport food going. Like it's weirdly good. So
this says cocktails, beer, wine, champagne, call for prices.
So
you HMS.
Okay, so what you're gonna do is you're gonna go in, you're gonna sit down at the table, and you're gonna order the Wiseman's, which is like a tall boy Tecate and then like a shot, and she's gonna ask you the waitress. I want to say that the waitress name is Annie, but I'm not certain. So she's gonna ask you if you want whiskey or tequila, and every single time you're gonna say the whiskey because the house tequila is very bad. But you will spend $6 on that, and you will have a great time. And the food is really good. So
what's the house tequila?
I don't know, but I try not to
like Cuervo or something.
No, it's below Cuervo. Keep going. It's like
but anyway, so
Bankers Club
tequila. Fuck yeah, we're partying.
Well, speaking of a Bankers Club,
got me through college. It was 1781 a handle.
Speaking of a Bankers Club, this corridor used to have a lot of the yeah, that's right. Segue. Used to have a lot of like financial interests and businesses. That's right. That's why they call me Touchdown. No. So if you look like downtown, that quarter from downtown to where it says Koreatown, where the Westlake area, that used to be like the really ritzy part of LA, and then started going quote unquote downhill after pretty much after the assassination of RFK. But that's where the Brown Derby was.
This is MacArthur Park, which is frightening after dark, right?
I'm gonna dox myself if I keep talking. So
you live in MacArthur Park and it's fine.
No, it's the Gaylord Apartments. It's the Gaylord.biz. Are you people serious?
Yeah,
no,
because it used to be a hotel, though. If you can go into the lobby, you can see the menus. But it's a beautiful lobby.
Okay.
So
but it's not the Gaylord Palm.
Anyway, that's MacArthur Park, which used to be Westlake Park, and then they drove a berm through it. Anyway, moving on. So next slide, please. LA people are gonna love this one.
That's the livery we were talking about.
Yes, that's right. I put it in there.
That's faded Estonia. It's in there after all.
So by the 1950s and 60s, this is what they're working with. These are the last streetcars. The last Pacific Electric line is shut down in 61, and the last Larry line gets shut down in 63.
You could have gone to see like Dr. No and then gotten a streetcar, and then they shut the streetcar down behind you.
You could have taken that streetcar to Bullock's downtown, which was a department store. There was another franchise in what is now Koreatown.
Huh.
Yeah. I also put in a note here that when they shut down the Pacific Electric, they did not rip up most of the tracks because, again, this was heavily integrated with the Southern Pacific Railroad. Basically, most places where the Pacific Electric was not running directly on the street, it was just like, all right, this is a freight railroad now. They tore down the wires, started running diesel freight trains on it.
Amazing.
And
the tracks are all still there.
I think they did that with the Pacific Electric right away through down to Long Beach, because if you take the A line down to Long Beach, which I have to do for work sometimes, you can see like where the rails go through. But
and it's significantly complicated rebuilding it. Yeah.
Oh, for sure. Although they were able to salvage some of that right of way, as we'll talk about later. But Nova, look at that bottom right streetcar.
Ooh.
Do you notice anything about it?
It's going to Vernon.
Going to Vernon.
You can just the smell of all the batteries and rendering plants seeping in through those windows.
Well, the streetcar is the cleanest thing there by a country mile.
Well, not once it's run through,
I am noticing some horrors up ahead. Next slide.
In the course of doing the research for No Gods, No Mares, I had to refuse a photo that I was originally going to use in the document because I noticed at the last second that it had a dead horse in the middle of the street, and it was taken in in 2015. So that
sounds about right.
Wow,
that sounds about right. Cool.
So while we're in this sort of decline, I thought we should, talk about some external factors which are causing problems for trying to build rapid transit. And I want to get through this relatively quickly because I hate talking about it. That is California housing policy.
I think we just keep reusing this one.
I don't give a fuck about what happens in your backyard. Leave me alone.
I am ringing the big Shanti Singh bell.
We love Shanti.
She's amazing.
Yeah, we like Shanti.
What a gal.
Again, I'll keep this short. I took this one directly off the Caltrain episode, but everyone who has an opinion about it is wrong. Done. Okay.
Well, you put
the Yimbys are wrong. The NIMBYs are wrong. DSA is wrong. The Democrats are wrong. Republicans are wrong. I'm not done. Local advocacy groups are wrong. State advocacy groups are wrong. Everyone on Twitter is wrong. I am wrong. You are wrong.
I just want to contest this. DSA's housing policy is great. I could even tell you
in the toilet it goes. No,
I can even tell you what it is if you give me the time to look it up on our platform. But our housing policy is we need to be organizing tenants with our Power to the Tenants campaign, which we recently reapproved for another year. So you should organize some tenants.
The housing policy is like yes.
Yeah, yes. I mean, genuinely, the housing policy is kind of like, yeah, we need to be doing housing. Public housing, though.
I do like that we keep using this gag.
I think it's great.
On our TV tropes page, this gag has its own bit, which makes me incredibly happy.
On the TV tropes page, I am mentioned for doing the "this won't last 4 hours" bit, and then it lasting 4 hours.
I wonder if they've updated the TV tropes page in a while. I should read that instead of the Reddit.
They're up to the Marlboro train episode.
Put my name in, cowards.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll stand on business.
Funny moments, and well, there's your problem. I sure hope so.
If only.
We got some selected quotes from all of
Why does this have nightmare fuel? So
this is an ugly graph. I don't want to talk too much about zoning because I hate talking about it. But while you're ripping up the streetcar system, they are also doing this sort of really dramatic citywide down zoning, right?
Love a citywide special.
You have like 1960. We're talking about zoning capacity here, right? Which is like, okay, in 1960, you can build a lot of apartment buildings in a lot of places, right?
You can build dingbats and weird shit like that.
Yeah, exactly. Dingbats, the Los Angeles indigenous housing form, which we quickly made
soft
illegal.
Stories now.
Yeah,
that's the term.
That's true because they do fall down in earthquakes. That's a problem.
Yeah, and I live in one, so let's not.
Yeah.
So like in GTA 5.
Yeah. So like zone capacity here is like, okay, given how we've zoned the city, how many people can we fit in it? And around 1960, everyone starts to think, okay, maybe we shouldn't have 10 million people in the city. And then that drops down to 7.5 million. And then by 1980, it's like, okay, maybe we can fit almost 4 million people in here. Well, the population's increasing the whole time. You do have sort of this, constraint here where things are, it gets difficult to put up buildings, right?
Sure.
Because, hey, I mean, if you need to grow the city, you have to do difficult things like water infrastructure, like, roads, sewerage, what else? Electrical infrastructure, so on and so forth.
That's all interrupted by the kind of like Chinatown, the movie documentary vibe of like all these orange groves and like every kind of conceivable corruption, etc., etc.
Yeah,
30 billion arts and crafts bungalows.
It's probably also not worry about, the fact that, hey, if you live in an apartment, you use a lot less water than if you live in a single family house.
Every Angelino funneled into one big SimCity 2000 style arcology.
Yeah, it's called the Lorenzo. Am I right? USC students, am I right? Liam, like loading a gun.
Thinking about it. You will not be hanged from a lamppost, Noah. You will be allowed to survive the purges.
I appreciate you so much, and I'm a soldier of Andersonism, except when it conflicts with my Marxist-Leninist ideology.
Just talk to my dad.
Legally, it's McAndersonism now.
No, that's true. My dad's last name is. Listen, we all all get on board with Bill Anderson. Thought his knees don't work so good, but the mind
Chairman
is sharp
Bill?
as.
I think you mean Big Bill.
Embrace Chairman Bill
Anderson.
We're 2 hours into the episode, so I'm going to tell a really quick anecdote of this time. I was walking down the street in Amherst, Massachusetts, with my dad, who attended undergrad at the University of Massachusetts Amherst after fleeing Boston College because his dad pissed him off too much, so he went out west to Amherst. And we're walking down the street, and I hear a man yell from ahead of us, "Wild Bill? Wild Bill, is that you?"
Donovan?
And I was just like, Wild Bill, huh? I can't tell the Crash Anderson story on air, but I will. At some
I was
point.
about to say Crash Anderson.
Yeah, I can't tell that story. I can't tell that story on air.
I think I need to hear it, and Devin needs to hear it, and we need to trust Devin to excise.
And also, this, for me, I'm just like having a fun time hanging out with my friends. The podcast is
I'm having a great time.
I have my computer. All right, I'll tell the Crash Anderson story. You can bleep this if you want to. You can leave it in. DUI wasn't illegal in the 70s. So my dad, that's how this is gonna start.
Great intro. Let's go.
So my dad went to law school.
Hi, it's Justin. So this is a commercial for the podcast that you're already listening to. People are annoyed by these, so let me get to the point. We have this thing called Patreon, right? The deal is you give us $2 a month, and we give you an extra episode once a month. Sometimes it's a little inconsistent, but it's $2. You get what you pay for. It also gets you our full back catalog of bonus episodes, so you can learn about exciting topics like guns, pickup trucks, or pickup trucks with guns on them. The money we raise through Patreon goes to making sure that the only ad you hear on this podcast is this one. Anyway, that's something to consider if you have $2 to spare each month. Join at patreon.com/WTYP pod. Do it if you want. Or don't. It's your decision, and we respect that. Back to the show.
All right, let's Devin,
Anderson House.
if we cut back in.
Wow, what a story that was.
Yeah, this is a good distraction from the horrible thing that is talking about zoning. I hate it. Anyway,
I like how mad this makes you.
I'm sorry that I am going to tell you about Proposition U later.
Liam,
yeah.
on our TV tropes page, they're arguing with you in the community notes under the trope "just plain wrong" about the A10.
Yeah, I know.
Because there's a bit about
I see
how
that
you
too.
love the A10, and there's a little note you can click on that's like, Liam's full of shit.
I like the A10. I've made that very clear. Yeah, is it the perfect plane in all circumstances, including passenger aviation? Absolutely.
Yeah.
All I'm saying,
Laser pig, get at me, bud.
yeah. All right. So,
go ahead.
Okay.
I think
let's get past
Laserpig's been
zoning.
adding the fucking community notes on our TV tropes page.
Oh God.
I'm gonna go through and community note where they didn't put my name and be like, name me coward.
I think it says guest, Noah.
Any day of the night.
Any
day of the night.
You're not even drinking. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's called I'm stupid. Okay,
All right.
It's a real problem.
I
A
gotta
big
go to
part
Cuba.
of this zoning regime is like, okay,
yeah, let's talk about that.
there's a lot of reasons to do this. Some of them are racist. Some of them are because, hey, we could invest a lot in infrastructure and grow the city.
Mhm.
But on the other hand, well, if we restrict the housing supply, the property value number goes up anyway. So we could do that. It's going to be cheaper. So you're not growing the city as big as, you had expected back when, public transit was more of a going concern, right? This makes it much harder to generate the ridership numbers you need to justify mass transit. But that also, contemporaneously, that didn't stop like denser cities like New York City or Philadelphia or Cincinnati from also pursuing the build nothing ever strategy. Like they also just did not build public transportation. Anyway, but yeah, there is this big constriction in growth that occurred through zoning, as well as, again, other factors. I'm not saying zoning's the only thing. Over the period where they were trying to, do some of these public transit plans. Anyway,
and that's why
I'm done with zoning.
That's why I pay $1,871 a month for my beautiful 1-bedroom apartment.
Oof.
Jesus.
Yeah, you know what I can get for that in Chicago, my hometown? A 3-bedroom apartment with a fireplace in Lincoln Park. That's literally true. I saw the listing. Anyway, moving on.
I pay less than that for a 2-bedroom. Yeah.
So this is the point. This is the point at which I initiate what I like to call November's logo reviews. Because I put these in for you, a lover of logos and liveries. What do you think about this?
Well, so I actually have a corkscrew that looks a lot like this.
Okay.
It was one of the like few luxury purchases that I got first when we moved in here. Is I got a really nice corkscrew that has that same kind of T shape. Other than that, dog shit looks like it comes from The Simpsons.
Yeah, yes, that is also my thought.
Shit tier, get the fuck out of my face.
So what we're looking at now is I'm just checking the 4th try at building public transit in LA.
Any second now.
It is 1962. It is, everything's going to be fine because we have this guy, John Fitzgerald Kennedy. His skull is very powerful and strong.
It's so normal. It's so normal. And just in case anything happens to him, he's got a brother. So just so we know, the city of Los Angeles is feeling pretty good about the Kennedys, right? Because we got 2 of them.
And
we got a Kennedy and we got a spare Kennedy.
Redundant Kennedys.
Yeah, an heir and a spare. Yeah, exactly.
And we have Teddy. My dad once made a joke about a girl I was dating and he did not approve of her and I am quoting directly here, and you will have to cut this out. Give her the old Teddy Kennedy.
I love so much about your dad.
Welcome to There's Your Dad, a podcast about Liam's dad.
Do you think
I would ask, what is a dad?
Escalating the level of contact that I have with my father from 1 email a year to would you like to come on my podcast to talk about our dads?
I have always wanted to do There's Your Problem, Our Children.
The Dad's podcast.
The Dad's
I like to imagine I'm something more than a disappointment to my father, but I guess we'll never know. At least until we do that podcast.
My dad is gonna be at the Philly show, probably to harass me for being an anarchist like he did last time,
as per usual. And he's right, to do that. To be clear. Moving on. So
the thing is, as podcasters, right, all of our dads work for the CIA and like international finance, and
my dad was a bankruptcy attorney, so
American
that's why I'm not a
Council?
podcaster.
Yeah, he was a bankruptcy and Social Security attorney who spent his entire life arguing with the Social Security Administration.
I have to pee. I will be right back.
I was literally just about to say...
also have to do this.
All right. Me too.
All right, let's go together.
Intermission.
Oh, this is going to be 5 hours
Let's all go to the lobby.
Let's all
go to the lobby. Hi, it's Justin.
On information and belief, you've never said anything bad ever.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, unfortunately, you specifically caused me to start saying that all the time.
On information and belief, yeah.
Although you said on knowledge and belief, which I think
on
sounds
knowledge
better.
And belief.
That sounds better.
Yeah.
But So then, unfortunately, I now work. You're gonna have to bleep this. Everybody take a shot. But,
I've been doing that all recording.
You're gonna have to bleep this, but. So welcome back to
the bleep button is currently overheating.
Yeah, like a machine gun dialogue in Call of Duty.
I will behave. I promise.
I am taking a detector. I'm taking a detector, and I'm looking at the number of bleeps, and I'm seeing it's like 3.6
like Geiger counter.
I just want to ask, and I know Devin will back me up on this bit. If anybody listening is a landlord, if you're a fan of this podcast and a landlord, you delude yourself that you're like, I'm one of the good landlords. They're not talking about me. No. I am talking about you specifically, right? And I want bad things to happen to you.
You have to bleep the part where I said. You have to bleep the part where I said that they need to.
No, but you're right. What they need to do is they need to go up to the observation deck of the LA City Hall, the big cock and balls in the middle of downtown Los Angeles, and they need to step over that railing.
Flashback.
I will behave. I promise.
End of flashback.
You have another option, which is to sell your property and don't be a rentier.
Right? Yeah, you can do that and save yourself a lot of trouble.
I don't think you have to. I'm not that extreme.
I mean,
Redacted.
And now we're throwing live to Liam's dad for Mao Zedong reaction.
Oh, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna find someone on Twitter or somewhere that can draw my dad. I hope this is not offensive, but draw my dad as the Chairman Mao, and then I'm gonna frame it and put it in my parents' apartment.
Oh, that's fun.
We're also gonna sell that as a t-shirt.
Okay, so I think we can actually come back in here and
discuss why Kulaks deserved it.
Don't hoard great. I have dad. I have.
Wait, your dad's hoarding.
Yeah,
grapes.
my dad once turned to Roz when we were driving to New England and said Chairman Mao didn't go far enough.
Just apropos of nothing.
Can you argue with the man at this point?
Well, the thing that he's doing is he's like Chairman Mao didn't go far enough. Yes, you have to break a few eggs to make an omelet. As he's like chowing down on a moon pie.
Yeah, you gotta break a few steel furnaces to make some pig iron.
So I have a very limited run
steel
of t-shirts.
Furnace in your
sometimes. I'm right next to Roz's basement nuke. I have
not mine.
a limited run of shirts of things my dad said when I was in high school with a picture of my dad on it. And it does kind of look like the Chairman Mao, but if we could sell a shirt with my dad as Chairman Mao,
I will pay you 30 crisp American dollars for that.
We're gonna charge 25, not including shipping, because that's what we charge for.
Okay, well, I'm gonna pay you 30 crisp American dollars. So.
Yeah, it's a shame that this episode is probably coming out during the tour.
I want you to have that extra money because I like your product and I want you to have some walking around.
It's like me and Audio 46. Yeah. And so if you want us to commission you to draw a picture of my dad as the Chairman Mao, DM the Well There's Your Problem Twitter account, because that's the only place I'll see it.
If you give me a good photo of your dad, I'll do it for free. Anyway.
All right, hold on.
This is the episode that gets us all sent to the Salvadoran gulag when they finally start deporting citizens.
Thank God I speak Spanish.
We were I was telling my wife, she's like, "Oh, how's it going? Are you guys almost done?" I was like, "We're not even halfway through."
No.
That's not my fault. That's not my fault this time.
Hold on. We're in 33 of 61. We're just over.
I forgot I'm gonna fucking
YouTube.
Okay. Do you want to hit so what we're looking at now, we're back from the intermission. We have all gone to the lobby and we have had our diet sodas and played Burnout Revenge on the PS2.
What a great game.
What a good game.
Yeah. With the landlord?
Yeah, exactly.
If you are a landlord and you are listening to this, you should play Burnout Revenge on the PS2. Irrespective of anything else you should do to yourself, that's just straightforwardly a good game.
Do you want
have
to
a
drink
nice
some
time.
diet sodas? And, do you want to smoke weed and fill up bellies with diet sodas and play Burnout Revenge on the PS2?
No, I like the idea that the landlord is actually Trump.
Oh, sorry. Alan, do you wanna smoke weed? Okay, smoke weed.
fill our bellies with diet soda. Who had ever even heard of this? And then play Burnout Revenge on the PS2. It's an amazing game.
It's an amazing game, folks.
They say one of the best. So we're going to be playing it very strongly, very powerfully.
The Delirium.
Like
has
we've
said.
It's much better than Paradise, folks. They removed crash mode.
Paradise did ruin
Burnout Paradise is. I think it's the one where you're in San Francisco, and you know about San Francisco. They're saying about San Francisco more and more. The gays, okay, and they're in the game.
But they got rid of crash mode, folks. Crash mode was the best mode, folks.
Oh, Jesus. I think, right, if instead of golf, if Trump gamed, if you sat Trump down in front of Stuntman on the PlayStation 2.
Oh, great game.
Yeah. Or like, I don't know, like Mercenaries 2 or The Getaway. He would have like a different view on things, you know.
They're
maybe
calling it Hot Wheels Crash, folks.
Okay, they're calling it Twisted Metal.
Okay. But there was a video game back in the day, like early PC. Played it on my dad's like CRT monitor PC. That I'm not
Freddy Fish.
If I'm not even sure if I hallucinated because I only played it with a fever. But it was like Airfix model planes. It was like under the brand of Airfix, and I don't even remember what it. I don't think it was even a model building game.
I like
it
that
was like
20 minutes of this episode is going to be us reminiscing about games from like the
Are you
90s.
talking about
I'm
Airfix
old now,
Dogfighter
okay?
on Windows
Age.
2000?
Jesus, maybe.
All I'm saying is,
Folks, and they're saying SimCity 2000, okay, and they had editable tile sets. Like you wouldn't believe. And so we built. We made the most amazing Trump Tower in SimCity 2000, but they wouldn't let us put it in the game.
So
Mr. Trump.
So California housing policy.
Please.
They said
solved.
Mr. Trump
The next
is
slide.
crying. He says,
No, for Christ's sake.
They said the splines weren't reticulated enough.
I'm stone cold sober for this one. I don't even have the alcohol to blame it on. So the MTA,
Right.
Looks like
this one's also a comical one because it's a little comical one. So this is the fourth try. It is 1962. Everything's going to be great with Camelot, and we're going to have a space age America. And so they're like, we're going to build one east-west line, and we're going to start with that. We're going to start small. And we're going to build this one east-west line, and we're going to build it in 3 years. And it's going to be amazing, folks, like you wouldn't believe. We're going to do it in 3 years. And we're going to get the money out of John F. Kennedy, okay? Because he's going to give us the money. He comes up to me, he's crying. He says,
and it's like the Central Line in London. Sure, I get you. I get you.
And the thing about this is that they're like, okay, how are we going to get the money? We're going to do a bond issue, which you don't want to have to do, right? You hate to issue bonds.
Sure.
We can't increase taxes because Howard Jarvis isn't around yet, but like his energy. And so we can't do that. So what we're going to do is we're going to get some federal grants, and get this. We're going to convince the government. Can we hit the next button? That we need these because otherwise the Soviets are going to blow Los Angeles to bits. So we're going to turn every subway station into a fallout shelter.
Like the Moscow Metro?
Like in Metro 2033.
Metro 1963?
Which is why I referenced that earlier. Trust the plan. It's all coming together.
It's crazy how imminent nuclear war was for like all of these people that they just thought any day now. Like, I don't need to worry about putting lead in all the gasoline, right? Like, because any day now, Nikita Khrushchev is going to like bang his shoe on the big red button and everyone I know is going to vaporize.
I call him Little Nicky. And he's got an amazing shoe. It's a beautiful shoe, and he's banging it every day.
I promise that's the last one.
I'm going to beat you to death with a roofing hammer.
Please. Again, I crave death. That's why I take Wellbutrin.
You know, he's not even Russian. He's Ukrainian.
Ross, I know where you live. I know how to get into your house.
Yeah, until they develop high-speed rail, I'm a little bit insulated.
People like this. People pay for this. People enjoy.
This is not a bonus episode, although it probably could be.
Maybe it should be. I don't know.
Well, we did the news. So,
yeah, it's true.
And we did it very strongly, very powerfully. Oh, that's true. Yeah, we did. That one time that we did JFK. I was on that episode. Wow, it's really coming together. So anyway, okay, so the shelter. So this was obviously ridiculous, but it's less ridiculous than the monorail, right? And so the thing about that, can we hit the button?
Uh-oh.
So the monorail men still really want the monorail. And so they're lobbying the city, hey, you need to build the monorail, because if you don't build the monorail, then, we're not going to be space age. And then again, the Wilshire Corridor people are like, this looks like a rail franchise to me. And it's going under. It's going under, but we still don't want it going through the Wilshire area, because this is going to go a little too close to mega mansions in Hancock Park for comfort. So this dies.
Yeah, if those people ever see a train, they will just die instantly.
Yeah.
The thing about this is that they broke ground on it. And my friend and yours, Sam Yorty, again, check out No Gods, No Mayors.
Los Angeles.
Thank you. Los Angeles, and famous for opening the 1972 presidential debate by being like, I love Vietnam and we need to do more of it. But
all-time cool guy, famous mayor, Sam Yorty.
Yeah, so he was at that groundbreaking with a bunch of other politicos, and the funding immediately ran out, and the people were yelling out of monorail, and so they were like, okay, fuck it, and this ends up not getting built. Next slide, please.
I like how whoever hand-lettered this map used these two streets as like as like lines to do the lettering in.
Melrose and Beverly.
Melrose and Beverly, streets I go down all the time.
And you can see the A is slightly higher because he ran out.
There is something really charming about these sort of like handmade, and you're going to see more of them.
Oh yeah,
it's really, really, really fun, and they don't do that sort of shit anymore. It's all
a
like
lot
Illustrator.
of times I think they're just superior documents to what you can put out with AutoCAD these days.
You can literally buy like a letter type set off of eBay for not very much.
This is fine, right? This is fine.
Well,
looks good to me.
So the thing about that is that's like maybe 5 or 6 p.m. and that's Los Angeles International Airport. You need this particulate in your lungs to sand it down so it's all smooth in there.
Yeah, nice and smooth.
Turns you into smooths out your brain. Then you can work in Hollywood.
Yeah, you can eat in a restaurant in the Pan Am building. You can this is all fumes just out of both all of those cars and all of the big beautiful tri-jets.
Yeah, this is like what they want to return to, which is crazy.
This is pre-woke era, like
the particulate made you unwoke.
Well, also all the tetraethyl lead. Let's not forget that.
Yeah, exactly. The cars are pretty cool in this photo, though. So this is fine, though. So next slide. All right, so we're gonna do it again. We're gonna do it again very strongly. This is the Great Society.
This is what, Plan E?
This is the 5th try.
So Plan E.
Yeah, it's 1968, baby, and we have solved civil rights forever.
When did RFK get assassinated again?
Next year. Oh wait, no, yeah, it is. I thought it was in 69 for a second, but that's somebody else. Anyway, yeah, it's this year. But it's fine actually, because it's gonna keep it's all good. We solved civil rights. LBJ, we're going all the way, and don't worry about Vietnam. And we're gonna build a great society metro inspired by BART, right? And look at this beautiful drawing, huh?
It's important to remember here that during this era, this is when the UMTA, the Urban Mass Transit Administration, they were offering it wasn't quite as good a deal as the Federal Highway Administration gave, but it was like, okay, for every like $1 of local funding, you get like $8 of federal funding.
Yeah,
like you were able to build these things for almost nothing, and the idea was at the time, basically, all right, we're going to build enormous, beautiful luxury mass transit system in every city in the United States larger than Dayton.
Yeah. And also,
I really like this logo. I'll rate this logo. Yeah. I think it's pretty good. It's not as good as the like British Rail logo, but it's I like the arrows.
I knew you were going to like that one. And that logo was designed by Saul Bass.
No shit.
Of movie title fame.
Yeah.
Let me amend that. Larger and inclusive of Dayton.
Oh, yes, of course.
Yeah.
Well, you can't leave out the bustling, thriving city of Dayton, Ohio.
Hey, Dayton, Ohio has a better mass transit system than you might think. They still have trolley buses.
I'm from
Dayton,
Chicago,
Ohio
so I
is
look
in
down
many
on the
ways.
Midwest.
Well, Dayton, Ohio is in many ways the Los Angeles of Ohio.
Yeah, that's true.
And then it's a better city than LA. I agree. Fuck you.
Okay.
Wow.
So, just side note, it seems like I'm shitting on LA, but unfortunately, I have come to love LA, and I think it's great.
He loves it. He loves it.
Sorry,
He's happy to be
I love
here.
the slop. I love the slop. So
give me one. Hold on.
Yeah, be again.
We're holding.
No. I just noticed something about this RTD logo.
Yeah.
Oh God.
So. Now let's say.
Oh, that's the SEPTA logo.
No!
Yeah. Exactly. If I got rid of this one, I got rid of this one.
Okay.
What are we left with? It could become like a cool S.
The cool S for speed. So Saul Bass designed this logo of film title fame for the Southern California Rapid Transit District, which was an amalgamation of various transit agencies operating over the whole county and is intended to solve a problem that the MTA had, that like they could only do the city of Los Angeles. And as we saw, there's 88 other cities.
So this is sort of the SEPTA. I hate to use the word solution here.
Well, it's the BART 1-2 or the MARTA 1,
or like it's like the whatever you have going on in London, where there's like other it extends out of the
TFL,
city proper.
One of the fundamental problems in this era when they're trying to like build out these regional transportation systems is you got to get buy-in from the fascists in the suburbs.
Right.
Yeah,
to be fair,
the Orange County guys who, they're not even funding like the Taliban yet. That's still a twinkle in their eye, but they don't want like any of this.
You actually kind of don't have to in LA for the simple reason that there are only 5 county supervisors. There still are only 5. In a county of, it's now 10 million people, but like there really are, there's only a few people that you have to convince, and those people have an insane amount of power. They called them the 5 Little Kings, and now of course they're all women. So the 5 Little Queens is the derogatory epithet, which I disagree with. So they're able to put this together, and they are like, okay, we're going to build 90 miles of subway. We're going to model it on BART. It's going to be fine. And the recommended 5 corridor system, can we hit the next button?
Yes.
So it's going to look like this.
Okay, so now this one looks maybe a bit too much like a swastika.
So it's gonna look like this. It's gonna be this beautiful, elevated rail. It's gonna have this cool, sleek 60s cars. Next slide, please, or next button rather. And
this was the one I was referencing. I'm ahead of you in the slides again.
Yes, you are. So this non-swastika looking, because it has 5 arms thing. This is the master
swastika
plan
and a bonus.
It's the bonus swastika.
I like the bonus. What you'll notice about this is if you are from Los Angeles, you'll see this is actually kind of similar to what we ended up actually getting for the public transit system when we finally built it. There's
also parts that are like, okay, the line down to Long Beach, this is basically just the Pacific Electric they just shut down.
Precisely. And the line up to Hollywood is the same right of way that they were going to use for so there was a 5 corridor system.
They just tore up the tracks to build the highway.
Exactly. The recommended 5 corridor system. This is what people in the 60s sound like to me. The first stage of the total plan is an 89-mile double track network on which people will ride safely at high speeds in comfort on dependable, computer-controlled, smog-free electric cars operating on grade-separated exclusive rights-of-way in subway, skyway, and ground level. Augmented by 850 additional buses operating over 300 miles of new bus routes, which is great, right?
That sounds pretty good to me.
Big fan.
Okay, so this is going to cost $1.2 billion.
in 1968
money, which is $11.2 billion.
Jesus, that inflation is
that's
brutal.
Pretty good.
So the thing is, we can raise that kind of money with a tiny tax. Okay, we're going to put a 0.5 cent sales tax. So 0.5 cent.
This is again largely being paid for by the federal government.
Yes. So they did 1,000 conferences.
A little local match is going to go a long way.
1,000 conferences with the public. Okay, that's like 1,000 different, literally 1,000 opportunities for the public to, pitch in on this. And universally, they were like, if you put a property tax on my home, I will kill you with a gun. So instead, they were like, we're going to do a half-cent sales tax. And so the Southern California Automobile Club glows red and aggroes like in a video game.
And so why does it have a little skull next to the name?
Yeah. And so they formed the California Freeway Support Committee, which hires a PR firm to mount a campaign. And so we get Proposition...
Yeah, the campaign is like step one. We assassinate Robert F. Kennedy.
Yeah, exactly. They hire Sirhan, a young PR specialist. So Proposition A goes on the ballot. Remember that Proposition A, to put a half-cent sales tax to build this huge system, which is going to reduce the smog, and people are going to get around it. Needs 60% to pass. It gets 44%.
Democracy doesn't work. We need climate Stalin.
Yeah, we need Southern California Stalin. So next slide,
at some point, like, people need to be, encouraged to do things that they think are bad, because they're wrong.
For the viewers and listeners, my Zencaster name currently is California Stalin for this joke specifically.
Like California Dreamin'.
Yeah,
I'm a big fan of... I'm a big fan of the apotropaic bus on the top right here that repels the kind of evil curses of the Phoenicians.
Yeah, it's funny that you say that because I put that specifically thinking that you were going to enjoy it because that's the King Tut bus livery that when they were doing the King Tut exhibit.
I like this trolley bus here. I never knew there were trolley buses in Los Angeles.
That one? Yeah, I think it was very brief because that's from the 50s, I believe. But basically, these are the buses that we end up getting. We move to buses, and the top left is, I believe, 6th and Western, which does not really look like that anymore. The bottom left is at Wilshire and Hoover next to Lafayette Park. If you look at that brick building, that is the Townhouse Hotel built by Edward L. Doheny, which at the
Edward L. Townhouse.
That's right. Built by Edward L. Doheny, who is the character that is the There Will Be Blood guy. Daniel Plainview, for $3 million in 1895 money, and it had the Zebra Club in it, which was or the Zebra Brew, one of the two, which was like the fancy club in Hancock Park. The bottom right is the later buses of the 90s. Top right is the King Tut bus.
Oh yeah, you got the nice RTS here. You got the new look bus here.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if this is probably a Brill of some kind. Then you got the GMC new look here. Yeah. All these are great buses.
Beautiful
I enjoy
buses.
all of them. Yeah.
Beautiful buses.
We love our beautiful buses, folks.
Stop it.
And they're amazing. No, I said I would say they're amazing buses like you wouldn't believe. You get on, you press the button, okay, and it's amazing. Next slide.
The door's open, folks.
We're going to do it again. And we're going to do it very strongly, and a mayor is involved.
Wow.
So we're going to do this. This is the 6th try. It's 1974.
Plan F.
Yeah, exactly. Times have changed. Okay. It's 1974. Sam Yorty isn't mayor anymore. We have a cool mayor who's like a reformist cop. Okay. It's the first black mayor of LA. Things are going to be good now. Okay. And it's going to happen. This is probably the least ambitious Great Society Metro proposal. And we're going to do a Proposition A again, right? Proposition
A, B. Confusingly named.
What is funny is that it's called Proposition A every single time it's on the ballot. And you'll notice that I said every single time it's on the ballot because it fails again.
I would love if they could try something that like this in Philly, because every time there's a ballot question on there, it passes every time with like 99, like Baathist. Support.
I mean, genuinely,
regardless of what it is. I think they should put
it.
something ridiculous there on it.
I believe in you. I believe in your organizational capacity to get a half-cent sales tax.
Yeah, everyone's going to look at the ballot proposal and say, "Yeah, I want that. I don't care."
Yeah.
Oh, a ballot initiative to kill all of us. Yeah, I'd probably vote yes on that.
Doing a radio ad where someone's just like, "It's time to start the killing."
No, you wouldn't need advertising. You would just need to get it on the ballot.
That's fair. Next slide, please. Can I get the Los Angeles drop?
Yeah, sure.
Los Angeles.
Yeah, this is
Los
good,
Angeles. Right? Oh, I mean,
that looks fine to me.
All of those particles are just gonna like make friends with each other in your lungs.
Well, that's film grain probably, and I wouldn't worry about it.
Yeah, this is shot on like a 100 ISO, pushed 6 stops, I assume.
It looked like it looked like this over here a couple years ago. It's probably fine.
Well, on that subject, I have never ever seen Los Angeles look like this, even through the fires. So just and they were burning right over there. So next slide, please. Okay, so we're gonna do this again.
Good logo.
So again, I wanna just credit. This is Jake Berman doing this. This is not the original proposal thing. This is a really cool and good hypothetical map of what that would have looked like, and beautiful graphic design here.
Yes.
So this has to work this time.
What? Run it again. If they don't like it, you fucking run it again. The proposition A's will continue until like bus service improves.
But here's the thing: we don't have to do proposition A. I'm moving us along. Because
finally, hour 3.
I've been moving us along. Okay. So anyway, the proposition A, you don't have to do it this time because the county's going to do it. Okay, the county's going to do this, and so Supervisor Baxter Ward, who was a TV anchor. He's at the top there, along with on KCOP.
That's a weird looking man.
Yeah, it looks fine.
That's what all the people look like back then.
I guess anyone looks weird if you kind of like Photoshop out their neck.
That's 1970s.
I was about to say, if you're like a floating head, yeah.
Yeah, well, the fashion at the time was to not have a neck, so it's one of those weird things. So Baxter Ward, who is an opponent of Sam Yorty, was an early advocate of LA passenger rail. Okay,
opponent of Sam Yorty, you say?
Los Angeles.
That's right, Los Angeles. And he proposed the Sunset Coastline Plan, right? Because he's like, we gotta get a public transit system. We're just gonna use existing rail. We're gonna just start doing it. Okay. So the county buys 8 rail cars and just kind of like fucks around a little bit.
I mean, that's progress. It seems like more of something than anything that's happened so far.
It is important to recognize that at this point, most of the important Pacific Electric lines are still there. They're just only used for freight.
Yeah, so you could theoretically do this. Unfortunately, this doesn't work at all in the slightest, and they call it Baxter's Choo Choo.
Oh, you'd hate for your project to be given an insulting nickname.
Yeah.
Roz, can you read the headline that's in the notes there?
This eventually led the LA Times headline, Baxter's Choo Choo to Chug Chug in Mexico. Supervisors giving county's idle train a one-way ticket.
Beautiful delivery.
They dumped all of those cars in Mexico.
Whoever put that in at probably 2:00 in the morning probably felt pretty good about himself.
We used to have real headline writers in this country, but
more see the death of print media.
Look.
Choo-choo
every headline. Every headline you've ever read in a physical print newspaper was written at 2:00 in the morning.
I'm always saying
shows, except for now when they're all written by ChatGPT.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Okay, so let's hit the next slide.
Hey, so while I'm here, you guys want to do some derailing?
Yeah, go ahead. Why not?
I got nothing.
It's looking great.
Yeah,
this is what I want.
The same roll of 100 ISO film. I did a really long exposure, and every particle in the atmosphere floated by the lens while I did that.
Well, that's the problem. You did a long exposure from a helicopter. What the fuck were you thinking?
Yeah, I shouldn't have done that.
What's good is breathing this. It builds character. It makes it gives you special powers. So this is
power to fight people in a parking lot. Yeah,
exactly.
I like doing that.
Next slide, please.
Hang these schools.
So that one does kind of look like a swastika, and that is on them. I'm just gonna say it.
It's the bold
like
lines. I'm not
swastika
at all
with
fond of the
roads,
logo.
that's worse.
Here.
So just New Jersey.
Yeah, sorry. I just want to
put that on the signs as you drive in. Welcome to New Jersey, a swastika with roads.
In Italian flag colors. I just want to highlight something here. Notice that there is a road in that logo and also rail. So let's just lock that away in the brain. So what you have here is we're going to do this again. This is the 8th time.
What if we smuggled this in through the medium of you get some roads as well?
What if we smuggle this in the diplomatic pouch?
Well, no, actually.
I've seen Lethal Weapon too.
So we're going to bring back Proposition A, and we're going to do Proposition
A, C.
Yep, we're going to do Proposition A again. This time, powerful County Supervisor Kenneth Hahn, of State Park and Administrative Building fame, is like, we're going to do it. We're going to pass it. And it passes, finally. So we can give ourselves a little round of applause. Because
holy shit, now you can go all the way to Silmar from...
it takes so long to get to Silmar. I had to go there when I was...
What year is this?
This is 1980-something.
It's got some vintage
so the federal match is
1980-something
gone.
design.
Yeah, it's gone. It's I want to say it's 1980. I don't know. It's like 80 or 8. Yeah, it's 1980. It's 1980.
You're no longer multiplying this by 8-fold. This is you're paying for it yourself. Sorry.
Yeah.
Do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
But a half-cent sales tax actually does get you a significant amount of money. In LA County, we'll get into the size comparison later, but like the second largest city in America. Silmar is so far. I had to go there when I was working on 911, and it was so far. So on the right, you can see the original proposed red line, which was going to go again through the Wilshire Corridor, through Miracle Mile, and then up through West Hollywood, Beverly Hills, and then into North Hollywood. Right? So this was going to be, and it was also going to go to downtown. You can see the ballot question up there, Proposition A.
It's weird how the yes is a much bigger circle and then the no is a much smaller circle.
If only.
Yeah, it's kind of funny how the no is actually on the other side of the paper and difficult to fill out.
Yeah. And also, I don't know why it's in German.
It's so. The thing about this is it's Xeroxed like 3 or 4 times, so you know that it's an accurate document.
It's authentic, yes.
Okay, so we're going to go to the next slide, and we're just going to do a little size comparison for you.
Okay.
Every single one of those states has fewer people living in it than Los Angeles.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
On the right,
as I understand it, Los Angeles County contains 52 trillion people and is the largest economy in the world.
Well, hold on. Pennsylvania, though, stays winning.
Yeah, that's true.
Chairman G, my country.
You have an enemy in Pennsylvania.
You do. You will be hunted for sport if you cross these borders.
On the top right, you can see the city of LA overlaid over London for the Angloid listeners.
I shudder to think about London occupying Tunbridge Wells.
Yeah, exactly. I tried to say Anglophone and I just couldn't. So
Angloid, yes, that's preferred.
Bottom right is the various boroughs of New York overlaid on LA, and bottom left is cities in the United States that have an equivalent population of the areas that they're represented in. So you have to understand.
Data.
You have to understand that like the LA is enormous and it is not as dense as New York, but it includes sections that are as dense as New York, and it is completely like out of proportion. So the first obstacle to building the system that we saw on the previous page is that this thing is fucking huge. There are 3.8 million people just in the city and 9.6 in the county, right? So which is crazy. And the other issue that you run into is geology, because as we mentioned, oil. So go to
Los Angeles is built on dead dinosaurs. And dead dinosaur food.
Yeah, and to learn more, go to the La Brea Tar Pits Museum. Next slide.
First podcast episode.
Bin Laden hiding in mountain caverns.
This is the sort
approach
of
is guarded by tribal militiamen.
This is a sort of absolutely beautiful rendering that you're not allowed to make anymore because of woke.
Yeah.
This is the experience that I remember having as a kid going to Legoland Windsor.
Wow.
Where you get the like cross section of the
fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is like what if we made a DK cross-section book but for adults?
Those books.
I put this in here. I put this in here because I am like going through the checklist of, well, there's your problem, podcast host interests, and cutaway.
Cross-section. Yeah.
So this is the Wilshire La Brea station, which I'm sure we'll get this, right?
Well, I mean, if the lower levels of this castaway are filled with oil,
not quite.
They're filled with dinosaurs that got trapped in the oil.
Not quite. By the way,
it's like the train's delayed because it has to push its way through all the tar.
They are actually building a station here, and it is right next to one of my favorite bars, All Season Brewing. Shout out to All Season. And to Megan.
Say, the train is delayed because it has to push its way through all the tar. Something last said of the Marlboro Unlimited.
Okay, so next slide. So what you're looking at is one of the many disasters included in this overall disaster. That's a Ross Dress for Less at 3rd and Fairfax.
I believe you mean Roz Dress for Less.
No, this was me when I was walking directly home in a straight line, and a kid had to show me how to
tank weapon.
A kid had to show me how to use it.
So that's a Ross Dress for Less, Dress for Less on 3rd and Fairfax, which I think it's where the Mendocino Farms is there now. And this just blew up.
just like recreationally, or was there a reason?
Yeah, it just exploded. Like it did a JFK's head and it just exploded.
It just did that, yeah.
Alan Dulles got a bad deal at this Ross Dress for Less.
In 1985, it just blew up.
1985, Alan Dulles, along with the rest of the CIA, the Teamsters, the mob, and a complicated nexus of Texas oil interests, all got a bad deal at this Ross Dress for Less.
Yeah.
And then mysteriously, it blew up.
And at the same time, they're building the Red Line subway to North Hollywood.
What were they storing there?
Dresses for less. They had the Jackie O dress in there. That's why.
Oh my God.
Next slide, please. So it turns out when you have geology happen, you also have methane gas. And it turns out there are pockets of methane gas all throughout Los Angeles that sometimes they just explode.
I love my sustainable city of the future built on top of a series of bombs.
Now you shut the hell up. It's fine. The earthquake's never going to happen. We're all going to live here forever.
You live on God's Etch-a-Sketch.
If Los Angeles is God's Etch-a-Sketch, then like London, we're next to the SS Richard Montgomery, which, as we've said on No Gods No Mares, should be detonated for
just
fun
to
and to see what would happen. Yeah.
November, is your wife doing the what are you doing still podcasting face just out of screen?
No. What my wife is doing is snatching Ritz crackers out of the big bag of open Ritz crackers and motioning for me to mute my audio every time she takes a
not.
The thing is,
in the poshest voice I've ever heard. I am not.
Have you considered that Ritz crackers are delicious?
Yeah,
they're so good. The whole grain ones are bullshit, and that's what my wife buys me. I don't get the good ones. I don't get the good ones.
I haven't eaten all day, so I'm just like, oh, that buttery flavor. I have a bean
Have you
stew.
considered a big box of Ritz crackers?
I have one downstairs, but it's the whole grain one, so what's the fucking point?
They make a whole grain Ritz cracker? What satanic nonsense is this?
I'm down. Listen, I've lost 80 pounds from my heaviest, and I credit the whole
that's
grain.
incredible. I'm just trying to get on the Ozempic at this point.
You're Zempin?
I'm trying desperately to Zemp so I can get GRS before they make it illegal. Yeah.
I'm waiting for the pill.
Motion to endorse Ritz crackers as the official snack cracker of this episode.
My wife is now taking my notepad from beside the desk to write. No, get back here.
Oh.
Oh, okay. Well,
anyway, I am desperately single. So if there's any attractive, well, there's your problem podcast listeners who are men in Los Angeles.
I feel you might struggle with the who are men part. We're doing our best to get that number as low as possible.
I'm looking for gay, hot, well, there's your problem listeners in Los Angeles. Please email the show email.
Brandon at WTYPpod.com.
That's a real website.
Listen, that's a real address.
If DSA can organize like a personals thing and like a singles event, I think we can too.
I'm relatively
presents speed dating.
I have a stable job. I have a 401k, and I'm gonna have abs by the time this episode goes out. Anyway,
impressive.
So,
so these methane pockets, what I'm thinking of here is it would be a good idea.
This says, "I love you. Don't let me distract you," with a heart.
Oh, that's so cute.
My wife makes me barricade myself in here. Speaking of like the Waco standoff is what I'm doing.
Listen, I have to get up and piss again in a minute. I'm as liable as not to like hand to the microphone.
I've got a really good one here. Speaking of flaming objects in Los Angeles, methane.
Yes. Well, if you've got a bunch of methane pockets underground, it sounds like what you should do to prevent them from unexpectedly igniting and blowing up Ra's dressed for less, you should dig a bunch of tunnels.
Yeah, so
that would be a good idea.
But have you
considered release the methane?
But
and then you could run some kind of large object through them that would move the air around and thus dilute the amount of methane.
You're so wrong, because what if they just explode? Sometimes they just do that. So
I mean, yeah.
And our congressmen are looking out for our best interests, which is why Congressman Henry Waxman bans subway construction in LA.
I've heard of this guy.
Oh my god.
He's a piece of shit, right? Correct?
I don't remember.
Okay, not important.
So they compromise and say that, okay, we can build the red line as long as it doesn't go through the Wilshire corridor. So you are going to do one of those like games where you have like the little metal ball and you're taking it through the you know what I'm talking about? Like
how to do a gerryfied conditional district. Yeah.
They gerrymandered they gerrymandered the subway.
Well, so what happens is, do you see these two pink? There are these big pink blobs in the center. Do you see how there's like a little path that goes from downtown through the yellow and it goes all the way up to North Hollywood?
Yeah, that's pink to you? That's purple. That's like lilac.
Okay, it's fine. It's pinkish purple, whatever. I don't care.
It's purple. Fuck you.
Okay, colors are subjective.
November, what's your favorite color? I refuse to let Ross get out of the
my favorite color is phthalo green.
I like that you're using your sort of Eurocentric Anglophone notions of what colors are to oppress me, a Latinx queer organizer.
No, I'm going to stuff you in a locker. Ross, what's your favorite color?
I like yellow.
I know you do.
Yeah.
Oh, what's your favorite color?
Well, then why do you ask?
I would go with hunter green, probably.
Mine's purple.
Hunter green or red? Yeah.
Purple's a good color.
I love purple.
It's a great color. Yeah. Well, you're very happy.
I don't acknowledge fancy colors. I like simple colors.
There are 15 more slides, so you have to run the train up through Vermont, up through North Hollywood. And
Vermont seems like a bit of a detour.
I was about to say you got to go a long way that way and then come
Bernie
back.
Sanders wants you not to do it.
And we're going
to the bathroom. I deputize my wife.
99% of the metro riders. Okay, so
we're going to build an LA metro line directly to Burlington so I can see the Dodgers.
No, yeah, exactly. They used to be called the Brooklyn Dodgers, which he didn't say at the rally the other day.
Damn! I wish he did.
I know. Let's just keep going.
Yeah.
And then...
I like the empty chair. It's symbolic of all the friends we've lost along the way.
Sede vacante. Sede vacante.
That one's for Elijah.
A conclave is occurring to choose the new Well, There's Your Problem host.
Next slide. God damn. We're 3.5 hours in. Oh, hello.
Great. So, hi, Gwen.
Hi, Gwen.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm living. I'm chilling. How you doing?
I'm good. I've been listening to a very one-sided episode of Well, There's Your Problem.
Oh, I'm so glad.
Gwen, you know what? Gwen, you're hosting. No, shut up. Gwen, you're hosting now. All right, go.
We don't have any time constraint on this. So we can
I talk into this end, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, good.
Oh, your audio's coming through real crisp. Well done.
That's because she's wearing the headphones on both ears. Unlike some people who only wear the headphones on one ear. Nova.
We have to make this a bonus episode because otherwise there's no way these swine will tolerate this level of guff from us.
Yeah, they will.
Yeah, they will.
Money.
It's a good.
So
it's a good thing we're a little bit ahead right now, you know.
Yeah. So okay. So what you're looking at now is you're looking at the very initial sort of stretch of the lines. The blue line.
What I'm looking at here is a brutalist McDonald's logo.
Well, there's also that, but the blue line is built first and is finished in 1990. That goes to Long Beach. And the small red line is built that goes out to Wilshire and Western.
I don't appreciate this color shit here. They should give them like woke names like they did in London, you know.
The Jubilee line.
I want to get the Cesar Chavez line.
I like that you're going to get to a thing that I have a problem with that one. You're prefiguring. So
okay.
The green line is built in 1995. Sorry, go ahead, Russ.
The blue line is essentially the old Pacific Electric Long Beach line.
Yes, it is.
You know, it's the same damn thing. They just had to rebuild it at extremely large expense, and it's light rail, unlike the red line, which is a proper heavy rail subway. At least that's something new and fast and good.
Yes, that's right. But also, have you considered that we can't do heavy rail because of the guy that we're going to talk about in the next slide? But we also get a new Metro logo. We reform the existing Southern California.
Okay, Cola, because that's the vibe.
That's what I'm getting,
of this. Yeah.
So I actually really like Metro's graphic. We'll see some of it later. I like their graphic design generally, but I agree that their logo is kind of weak. But we reformed the Southern California Rapid Transit District into Metro. And Metro is now the authority for the county. I didn't put the org chart in here because it would kill you to look at it.
Well, I mean, they used to print it on the timetables before they were even timetables.
And
but now,
before
people used to have accountability,
and now you don't have home addresses in there.
Yeah.
So next slide, please. We're gonna have a name. A name is going to occur.
Oh Jesus! Okay.
Zev Yaroslavsky.
Очень хорошо.
I loved season 2 of The Wire.
Yeah.
So Zev Yaroslavsky. Okay. He hates trains. This
is not the mustache of a guy who hates trains. This is the mustache of a guy who loves
but it is
trains.
A guy who hates trains, and he thinks LA is too full. So he pushes this thing called Proposition U, which basically makes it impossible to build any additional housing in LA for a long time. And that passes at the ballot box. And he was on the MTA board of directors and blocks the expansion of the Expo line, as it was called at the time, to Santa Monica. So instead, the Expo line goes to Culver City, which is a less good destination. And
just an objectively less good place to be.
Yeah, exactly. It's fine, but it's no Santa Monica. Which is also just a fine location.
That's a Santa Monica Pier, which I like.
Do you?
I remember that from GTA 5.
I don't remember. No, we're on hour 3.5.
That's fine.
I don't know what's happening to me anymore.
This was blocked in the early 90s, and they finished this 2 years after I came to LA, which was 2016.
Cool.
So this guy led a campaign to ban using sales tax to fund heavy rail.
I'm fascinated by this man's hairline because it's like it's plugs, obviously, right? But like what he's gone for is like straight across and then like in at the sides. And
he's actually kind of prefigured the bus line that he's going to create on the right. You can see it's shaped like his hairline. I can't say any mean things about him, not that I would want to, because his daughter is a currently serving city councilwoman.
No shit, that's crazy that there's so much merit in that family that they would both become.
Her name, actually, you know what? I will say she's actually been a pretty good city councilwoman for like Los Angeles city councilwoman, and her name is Katie Young Yaroslavsky.
Huh.
So there you go.
Thank you to Zev Old Yaroslavsky, I guess.
So Zev is a county supervisor, and he leads this campaign to ban using sales tax by putting Proposition A on the ballot, which bans using sales tax to fund the metro.
In many ways, the proposition anti-A. Also, that's his daughter-in-law, apparently.
Yeah, proposition negative.
Oh, right. That's sorry. Daughter-in-law is what I meant. But yes, and it gets 68.1% of the vote. So, and passes.
Democracy. The people of Los Angeles County cannot and should not be trusted with anything other than the firm, guiding iron hand of Morena and President Scheinbaum.
That's true. That's true.
I welcome President Scheinbaum. So it's not as good as my list. So the metro then cannot expand to the very Latino East Side, creating a situation where the Latino communities on the east side of LA do not have public transit service by rail. So then he was like, not content with this. He was like, so we have this right of way. Okay, we have this right of way, and we're not going to use it. Instead, I am going to, on a flight back from Brazil, I am going to, on a napkin, draw a line, and that's going to be bus.
You know, Brazil is always the first stop.
You know, Brazil is always the first stop, and that's going to be buses. So they call this the napkin line, and this is a BRT.
If I'm not mistaken, this bus rapid transit line, okay, so you have to get off the train at North Hollywood here. You get on the bus. The bus is largely in a dedicated roadway for all of it, which is at least good. But the funniest thing is, in my opinion, to do the signaling for bus priority, they just use railroad crossing gates.
Yes.
No shit.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, but it's like, nope, the gates come down, you got to stop. The bus is coming through.
Yep, that's right.
Do you think as podcasters we're subject to OSHA regulations? Or are we exempt?
Yes. Yeah, this is a workplace.
This is a workers' cooperative.
I'm not even subject to being gendered correctly legally over here. So workplace protections, fuck that. No.
Might have to put up a big OSHA poster in
as far as the government of the United Kingdom is concerned, this is an all-male podcast once again. This is bro podcasting.
Crap.
I'm not a podcaster, so I'm technically considered subhuman by the podcasting community. I don't have rights in the podcasting community.
Buddy, we're already subhuman.
That's
Podcast X.
Oh, I'm feeling it every day.
Nova. Well, look, again, President Scheinbaum will liberate the accursed isle and give you real good tacos, finally.
People love it when English speakers migrate to Mexico as digital nomads, right? That's popular.
No. Sorry, I meant that Mexico is going to invade the UK.
Oh, okay, good. Finally, we can maybe get some good fucking food in this country.
And you're going to get good tacos. So, liberate Presidenta Scheinbaum. Liberate.
I'm on my knees in front of the Mexican embassy begging,
everyone in the Great British Baking Show taco episode will be
Gotta take that out.
What person? We're back in.
I think we need a Stalinist level re-education program to prevent my countrymen and women from saying taco, salsa. We are below horses and certain dogs in terms of sapiens, and we need to be
would go great with some guacamole.
I would like to hear any English person pronounce Chapultepec.
I can't even pronounce
what
that.
You mean Chapultepec? like Chapelroan?
Sorry, Chapultepec Roan that's a Chapultepec Roan.
That's the new screen name. Yeah. Also, I hope you know that Cuauhtémoc Cárdenas is on the list of mayors for No Gods No Mayors.
Oh fuck yeah, let's go. All right. Okay. So and also call me when you get to Lori Lightfoot. Anyway, so in order to keep from building a
Chicago,
huh?
Nothing.
In order to keep
I said now you want to be from Chicago. I was just being an asshole.
From Chicago.
I know you are.
Wow.
I got my Cubs pennant on the wall over there.
I have been inside your home.
Supposedly, a bull's hat is evidence for deporting someone to El Salvador.
I saw that. Yeah, that's bullshit nonsense. Or you can just let people. I fucking hate these people.
Can't say that on YouTube.
We're already 3 hours in.
Literally every single agent needs to be.
Can't say that on YouTube.
Like in North Korea, wheel out the anti-aircraft.
Sorry.
No,
but you're not wrong.
Wheel in the anti-aircraft gun. Roz and I'll wheel it in.
I'm right. I just can't say it.
You know, I mean, on the other hand, maybe this means that Great Lakes separatism can finally happen, and you know, in their case, I'm going to become a refugee. You know,
the woke Republic of Climate-Proof Duluth.
Okay, so he wants to keep from building a train, so they build this busway, which I've ridden and I did not find pleasant, and I just put a train through there, and they thought about doing that, but then all the residents screamed about it for ages, and it didn't end up happening. Next slide.
Tyranny of people who bother to show up for meetings.
I professionally...
And you bother to show up to vote. It's like, you look at people who can like take the time to vote, and it's all the oldest, most fascist bastards in the history of humankind.
Sometimes also my parents.
Yeah, I have to professionally be at these meetings, and there's a guy in City Hall named Wayne who is a older white guy with a goat puppet, and the goat puppet says the word.
Excuse me.
No.
Yeah. No. You heard me.
No. Under what premise? Under what pretext?
Just he doesn't need one. The goat puppet
not me. It's not me. It's the goat.
It's not even good ventriloquism, but the goat puppet just says the word.
All right. Fucking line up, Wayne. We're gonna.
Can't say that on YouTube.
Oh, Jesus.
I think that's a threat against the neighbor. Every time he goes up to public comment. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, you would
no
from La Sombrita.
Oh, we're getting there. So every time he goes up to comment, the guy from the city attorney's office has to be like, we have to let him speak because of the First Amendment. We don't agree with what he's saying. I'm sorry. Every time, the guy who sings in Mandarin and wears the Trump hat, and then the guy with the dog.
There's nothing in the First Amendment that says that we can stop a man's goat puppet from saying the word.
Yeah, it's pretty fucked up. But anyway, go
Sir,
to City Hall.
The Constitution says all men are created equal. Is your puppet a man?
So
no, your puppet is a goat.
What you're looking at here.
Sit down.
What you're looking at here, you're looking at on the right, Los Angeles Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa, who
I'm going to get you on for the No Gods No Mayors episode just so you can say the name every time.
Yeah, please. I would love to. So he was a bad mayor in many ways, but representative of the neoliberal status quo, etc. But he was very transit forward. So he tried to accelerate the process, as every single mayor of LA since the 90s has tried to do. I would put Garcetti in there, but that's really a No Gods No Mayors episode, so I didn't want to prefigure the content too much. On the left, you will see the state of the metro the year I came to Los Angeles, California in 2014 to study mechanical engineering, which was a mistake. So you can see that.
Oh, don't do that.
No. Well, and in fact, I didn't. So
study something sensible like law.
Study something sensible like history with a screenwriting minor. That's a good idea.
Civil engineering. It's easier and better.
Economics, because why should any of us market go up? I don't know, man.
It's not real engineering unless you go to prison if you fuck it up.
Economics isn't real, dude, and I have a piece of paper to prove it.
So what you're looking at here, this is the system. It's fine. It gets expanded. So this isn't the current system, but this is what I had to deal with when I was going to USC. So you will see that several of those stops say USC because they go around the campus. And it's okay. Headways of, I want to say every 8-10 minutes, right?
It's no interurban.
No.
Also, I do want to point out, you can go to prison for fucking up just about anything if you fuck it up badly enough.
That's true. Many are saying this, and even for not fucking up at all.
But if you got a professional engineering license, you can go to prison for fucking it up only a little bit.
Right.
Okay.
So next slide, please, because we're getting to the end here. What you're looking at is the Metro Expo line, or the E line, because one of the things that Metro did that fucking pisses me off is that they changed all of the color line names to letter line names, which is dumb because we do not have enough of them to need that. Okay.
Give him salutary names, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Like all the woke London ones that I forget what they are.
The Sam Yorty Memorial line.
I would love to catch the Yorty line. Is the thing.
Yeah.
Hey, shorty, meet me on the Yorty. Yeah.
You just take the Yorty 3 stops. It's fine.
It's tailor-made. freestyle.
It is useful for colorblind people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that's
the gray line, the gray line, the gray line, the gray
The gray
line.
line, the gray line, the red line, the gray line, the gray line.
That is true.
Be decent. We're gonna get yelled at for that one. Bleep that.
That is true. I am realizing I'm being a little bit ableist. I just think that they should use both. Because
the red A line.
They use this for literally like years and years and years, and then they changed it all.
Switched it all at once. Yeah.
Yeah. So what you're looking at?
I'm confused about the fact that this is the E line, and yet it has a big M on the front of the train because of the Metro logo.
Who can say?
Yeah.
It does say Expo E. It says the Expo line, and now it says Gold line because the Expos merged. We'll talk about it in a second. But this is the train to Santa Monica, except it isn't going in the wrong direction. It seems. Oh, it's the back of the train. Duh. This is the train.
You can tell because of the red lights.
This is the light rail rolling stock that we have. I don't really know anything about it, so
I like it. It's aggressive. It's high floor.
They're really nice looking.
I always support high floor over low floor. Just build the damn platforms as opposed to having to do a whole bunch of bullshit with the undercarriage.
Yes,
so that you can stop at a sidewalk.
So there's one problem with it, which is that the shape of the front of it and the yellow on the side, and bringing it back to PlayStation 3 games, makes me think of the helmet from the video game Haze, which is on the cover, which I never played, but do remember the cover of. If
you cracked the windshield, maybe. Yeah,
exactly. So what you're looking at up at the left is the Expo line. It is now the Gold line, but this goes to Santa Monica and then goes to 7th and Metro, right? This looks good, right? It should take you about 45 minutes to get from downtown Santa Monica to 7th and Metro, which is how much it took to drive. Here's a problem. Roz, can you circle where it says Jefferson in USC?
Yes.
Great. Now, can we draw a line from that to 7th and Metro Center?
Yes.
That whole thing, which is several miles, is not grade separated.
So it's all like on the street.
In an extremely high traffic and dense area. And so that means that you are often moving at like 6 miles an hour in that section because there's no signal preemption at all. So you are stopping every time. And they've recently added signal preemption in Santa Monica. So like the rest of it, you're just, and most of it between, I want to say, what is it? 26th Street, Bergamo, and Jefferson, USC. It's grade separated for the most part.
This is something which is fundamentally insulting to anyone who has, thought about these systems for a while. You have, number one, we have a high floor light rail vehicle, which should at that point just be a subway train, right? It's 6 fucking cars long, and it's like, all right, why would you ever put this in mixed traffic? Why would you ever have it interact at grade? Seattle has the same problem where, they were going to build, a normal subway. And it was like, no, what if we did light rail trains that are like 3 miles long?
The answer is because God hates me specifically. So, okay, next slide. That's the Expo line. So, it's time to talk about ISIS.
Okay, sure.
Yes.
So,
I love that show.
The year is 2014, the year that I come to LA, and the Beverly Hills Courier publishes a front page story saying, ISIS threat highlights Beverly Hills metro worries.
Yeah, what if ISIS blew up the non-grade separated, completely at the whims of traffic?
It's worse.
Functionally a tram.
No, they're going to build a subway, and ISIS is going to blow it up when we finish.
Yes, that is literally what they think.
Is ISIS that patient? ISIS kind of didn't really live long enough to see the subway get built. No?
Well, the problem is that
ISIS won before they started building this.
ISIS had these internal caucuses that created a lot of friction. And I don't think several of them were not committed to sort of like broad-based democratic governance of ISIS. A lot of them came out of the Caliphate Power Network, which was like.
Well, listen, I mean, right now they have a guy who is like a major elected in Syria, and maybe he doesn't follow all of the program, but like he has the historic affiliation, and like that's gonna
I think
come
if you want
good,
ISIS to be a mass party, you're gonna need to accept a little bit of daylight between the program and the. Now, also,
I just prefer ISIS because Al Qaeda, they practice democratic centralism.
Well, actually, it's funny you should say that. You're gonna have to bleep this. But did you know that Al Qaeda? Bleep that, or else Francis will actually try and kill me instead of metaphorically try and kill me. So, ISIS threat highlights Beverly Hills metro worries. Add terrorism to the list of woes future Beverly Hills high school students may have to deal with if the LA Metropolitan Transportation Authority doesn't shift course on plans to run 2 subway tunnels beneath the city's only high school. Yesterday, Iraqi Prime Minister Haider al-Abadi sent shockwaves across the nation with the declaration that ISIS was plotting to launch attacks on subways in the U.S. I'm extremely
including ones not built yet.
I'm extremely concerned with this type of information. Superintendent Gary Woods said, "The symbolic nature of a school holding our children."
Can you imagine?
It's probably bad to bomb a school for more than just symbolic reasons. Dude.
I don't know if this guy cared that much. Can you imagine you're in that situation as like the superintendent of the school? Like, I guess I'm very concerned that ISIS might bomb the subway tunnel
you say
under the school.
You don't want to be on the record as superintendent of a school district being like, I don't give a fuck if ISIS kills all my kids.
Yeah, and then like, especially if like ISIS then kills all your kids,
You don't know that it's funny you say.
Just getting up there and being like with the like in front of the podium with the like school district logo, and you're like, maybe they've got some points. I don't know.
You're like, look, the Islamic State is doing a lot of education work. Okay, a lot of education.
Maybe it's time for the black banners to raise over Khorasan.
Finally,
and listen, if a school in Beverly Hills gets blown up, what's it to me?
Beverly Hills, ISIS building a technical out of a Rivian.
You have a very staid and sensible guy there. He's like, I'm pretty sure all of this is fake. Just build the subway, and then you see the ISIS flag raising behind him, and then they blow up the high school.
Beverly Hills ISIS has attacked the Erewhon. Okay, Beverly Hills ISIS, also a shirt idea.
I think we can mine that for another couple of hours.
I don't think we can print that one. Who's to say? We'll try.
Oh my God. It's interesting that you talk about, it's bad to bomb a high school for symbolic reasons. I think it's actually building mass power for ISIS. So maybe you should consider that you can have different views, but you're all part of one big tent organization. All right.
Listen, the First Amendment means we have to let him blow up the high school. We don't agree with it.
Using the goat puppet to push the button. Okay, Beverly Hills ISIS. That's what a great bit.
You've heard of Beverly Hills Cop.
Yeah.
Right.
Political activists of our time, the DC sniper.
Jesus Christ.
That's why he couldn't go outside.
So, Beverly Hills is one of the worst places that I've had to work a film job. So because the minimum wage is literally lower than the rest of the city, than the rest of the area, because that's why Beverly Hills exists. Also, there are a bunch of agencies there, which are evil places to work. So the city itself is fine. It's fine. It's a bunch of rich people houses. So what you're looking at here is you're looking at the D line. Again, you're riding the D train.
Yes.
Can we get a clean one of that? Nova can
Los Angeles.
Yep, there we go.
It's the only drop I have on me. Like, I got nothing else.
Riding the D line.
Wait, no, I don't. I got I got the "you only live twice" become Japanese, but it doesn't really apply here, so we'll just stick with that.
Okay, well, the D line subway they're gonna extend the D line, and it's gonna
they're gonna jelk this D line.
It's gonna take a really long time.
This looks like a tacit admittance that the the E line sucks, so we got to get the actual good subway, you know.
To be clear, the E line is fine. Like if you're, it goes.
But you know what would be better is if you suspended a bunch of weights off of the end of it to like stretch it out a bit.
The E line is fine, right? Like it's fine. It goes to Santa Monica, goes along the 10, but like the vast majority of, or not the vast majority, a larger percentage of Los Angeles's population lives along the path of the proposed D line, because that's the very dense area where you have like the apartment complexes and whatnot, and where you had to stop building because of the methane. So the thing about this, though, is that, of course, because it's the rail franchise reasons, you have to tunnel it under Wilshire, because you can't have it on top of Wilshire. And additionally,
because of Gaylord Wilshire's complaint.
Because of Gaylord's complaint. Because of Gaylord's D-line issues. And the other problem is that it's going to go through some of the most insane rich people's houses that you can imagine. Okay?
Directly through one.
Directly through. And so Beverly Hills,
just like every minute a train goes through, behind it 2 ISIS guys on a handcart.
I want to highlight one guy in particular. Okay, a guy named Fred Rosen. He was the former CEO of Ticketmaster and a Bel Air resident, who essentially has tried to block any transit in the area for ages. He called UCLA students, and this is a direct quote, arrogant and misguided because they wanted a subway, as well as entitled. And he said about Metro staff that they, quote, deserve no courtesy and are entitled to no respect when he deals with them.
If you want to get rich off of the Well, There's Your Problem tour, don't sell tickets, own Ticketmaster, and then you can be this guy.
Exactly. Yes. So this guy has intervened to try and block not only this line, which has been delayed so many fucking times that the first section, which goes to, I think it's La Cienega, section 1 to La Cienega, isn't going to be done until like next year, and it was supposed to have been done like 5-6 years ago. It's not going to be done till like 2040. Okay, so next slide, please. This same guy has I forgot to put an animation on this. Has decided that he's going to try and block the construction of the Sepulveda Pass corridor, which
goes from lampposts.
Which goes along the 405. And if you know anything about LA, and if you know anything about like, you know, Angelinos, it's the 405 is a hellscape. It is the only current portion of LA that is extantly like the Escape from LA movie. So what you are looking at here is you are looking at one of the attempts to block the construction of a normal heavy rail subway or even a light rail by constructing a, say it with me now, monorail.
Does the monorail have any value other than as a spoiler for a subway?
It is supposedly quiet, and the problem is that these people don't want tunneling under their homes.
If it is exclusively elevated, it will be cheaper than an exclusively elevated standard rail corridor.
Yes. So
that's the only time it would be better.
This is an infographic from the Hollywood Reporter. So you can read the proposals yourself if you are a viewer, and you can pause and you can look for details. One of them that I like is Rupert Murdoch's Moraga Estate Winery, which is somehow over here.
They should route 50 subway trains a second full of ISIS guys directly through this.
Yes,
I agree. So the fun part about it, check out how we're currently thinking about this. Plan 3. In this complex formulation, a monorail was switched to a subway at a Getty Center station, continue through Westwood, then become a monorail near its southern terminus. For some
people love changing in stations, right? Like they love that shit.
Especially
people especially love to respect the quiet of Rupert Murdoch's Moraga Estate Winery.
50 trains loaded with ISIS guys a second.
Presumably this would be a underground monorail, which does sort of get rid of all of the advantages of the monorail.
It may not
much
be
more expensive
because the Getty Center already has a monorail that goes from the parking lot to the Getty Center. So
right, but you can't like build like, okay, I take the monorail to a stupid station and then I get on something else in the tunnel and then I get off onto another monorail. That's just going to be monorail in a tunnel all the way through.
Well, it's funny you should say that, because if you go back to the very beginning slide where that top left thing was the monorail, that's the monorail they want to build. That's the monorail they're building through the pass.
Well, that's because there's no like standard renders for monorail, so they have to use the Walt Disney World monorail because monorails are not standardized.
No.
That's one of the reasons why you can't like you look at it. Like monorails are always going to be so fucking proprietary.
Oh, sure.
You're going to go to one vendor for a monorail. They're going to design it from scratch, and then you're only ever going to be able to buy from them new monorail equipment, new monorail spare parts, so on and so forth, forever, because they're all different. Every single one of them is different. There's no like, okay, this is a subway. It has a third rail. The rails are 4 foot 8.5 inches apart. We can go to like 67 different companies and say, hi, build us some new equipment. No, when you get a monorail, it's like, I have to go to Bob's Monorails, and they've sold exactly one monorail, and it's our monorail, and everything costs $1 billion to get like one screw for the monorail.
I would go to this is monorail.
Like the DRM on my monorail locked down, and now I've just got like 50 cars full of angry ISIS guys stuck outside of Rupert Murdoch's Moraga Estate winery.
The De Novo monorail. Yeah. Have you considered, Roz, however, that I swear it's Los Angeles' only choice? Throw up your hands and raise your voice. Monorail. So, yeah, unfortunately.
Who's supplying the monorail? No one supplies monorails anymore. There's no one who can build a monorail.
We're going to steal it from Epcot.
Yeah, rip it up from Disney.
It's called Imagineering, douchebag.
They don't even build new monorails in Disney World.
We have a Disneyland. It's right there in Anaheim.
No, they just keep expanding the bus network because they're cowards.
No,
well, that's true.
Well, with Villains Land, I don't know.
So, here's the thing.
Listen, I kind of catch strays just because in all the group chats I'm in with my in-laws, they're just like, have you seen what Disney's doing? And it's just like, I'm gonna fucking
YouTube.
Sorry, Devin. Sorry, Devin. I love you, Dev. I'll send you a shirt.
We're all gonna
YouTube.
This is what I'm hearing.
Of course.
Well,
I mean, listen, I did the Supreme Court's given me reasons.
No,
hang in there, Nova. We gotta make rent.
I have joked too close to the sun on this one, but okay, so the thing about this is that they're still doing community consultations for this, and it's unclear at last check what they were going to do, because my understanding is they have this like hub website where you can see all the various proposals, which is dumb as hell. It's not dumb as hell to have the hub website. It is dumb as hell to listen to these people in terms of we want a monorail. So anyway, next slide.
The one thing that you need to do if you're like ever presenting options to the public is don't present the bad option.
No.
Well, you can't do that because you can't do that.
The public from lampposts. Yes.
Yeah, sure. Why not? Them too.
You can't do that because you have to put a motion that says all the things that you want them to present.
I'll put in a motion for the public.
Yeah, on the D line.
Yeah.
So what you're looking at now.
Do you guys not also call it public hair?
God damn it, dude.
Sorry.
This is what we have right now. No, that was great. I love that.
It's the pubic library.
That's what I've been calling it the whole time. All right.
The pubic transit system. So what we have right here is the current system, right? And so you see what I mean, that the graphic design is pretty good. I think it looks really clean and nice. And you can see that the Expo line has been joined with the bottom half of what used to be the gold line to make the gold line running east and west. And the top half of the gold line has joined with the blue line through the regional connector to become all the blue line. And now it's the A line, and it goes from Azusa to Long Beach.
Azusa, it's got everything from A to Z in the USA.
Yeah,
I was about to say.
That's right. And it is the longest light rail line in the world, I think, which creates a problem whereby
the metro does not run 24/7. So you have to shut it down, which means that the last train out of Azusa, out of Santa Monica, out of what is it, Atlantic Station or whatever the East LA station is, and then out of Long Beach is at 11 a.m. or 11 p.m. rather. And that's a problem if you are.
That's a real like London tube situation before the night tube. Yeah.
This is also a problem if you have been at a city hall meeting in Long Beach for really late and it's gone very late in the evening and it is 10:45 and you have to walk from the Long Beach City Hall to the station on Pacific Avenue to try and get to your train. Not that I would know. So there's issues with this. Also, you can see where they're going to put the LAX Metro Transit Center. More about that later. But the station I think is open, but like it's not connected to LAX. So next slide.
Damn, your trains run till 11? Excuse me.
You're like a starving orphan, and I'm just like... So, okay. This is, remember when I said the logo has the road in it?
Yes.
One of the big, like the central problem here is that Metro also does the highways.
Yes.
So Metro is also responsible for adding one more lane to everything.
Oh my God.
So what that means is that looking at this chart, this is the fiscal year 2026 budget. You can see that capacity improvements in quotation marks on existing highways has gotten $8.2 million additional dollars, and bus improvements has been cut by about $500,000. All right. And there is a concerning trend, and this is not true of the last year, but there's true overall, of Metro continually diverting money that should go towards public transit improvements into two things. One, extremely capital intensive rail projects that look really cool and nice, and, you know, rail, and highways, right? And this takes us to the next slide, which is my point that I'm driving at, which is that the city of LA still runs on buses. Everything that's orange in that map is bus.
Yes.
Damn.
That is a extremely dense bus network that covers the entirety of a city that is almost like, that is one of the largest that I've ever seen. It's like Tokyo sized, right? Like the Tokyo metro area size. And that bus system is continually the recipient of budget cuts and is continually the recipient of completely being fucking ignored, so that all of the heavy rail lines, which service a wider community or a series of wider communities, can be expanded. And Metrolink, which serves, you know, suburbs out into fucking like Orange County, can also be expanded at the expense of working class Black and Latino residents of LA's bus system that they rely on. They cut bus service during the aftermath of the pandemic, and now I have to wait 20 goddamn minutes for one bus on like peak hours. Okay, like it's genuinely
this is the promise of guesting on Well, There's Your Problem. Is you get to talk for 4 hours in order to buy yourself the ability to complain about your commute.
That's right.
Yeah. I mean, this is always, you know, okay. If they appointed me Septa Stalin, you know, and it was like, okay, I have infinite resources, or not infinite, finite resources of some kind, but a large amount of money. You know, ultimately, you can do a lot with buses with not very much money. And a lot of transit agencies across the country are not focusing on their bus network, which is, this is the stuff that's the feeder to the heavy rail lines. This is the stuff that, you know, it's able to do a lot of stuff. You know, you ripped up all the streetcar lines, too bad. Just run some fucking buses. Let's go. It's going to cost you basically nothing.
And that's basically what they did when the Pacific Electric was operating, is that they replaced a lot of those streetcar lines with buses and ran them anyway, profitably. And also, the best part is you don't even need to charge fares on any of this, because 96% of Metro's income does not come from fares. It's 4% comes from fares. And which is why they're low. They're like $1.75. But like we had free buses throughout the pandemic. We regularly make the buses free. Just fucking make it free. Expand the bus system.
Like Zoran wants to do in New York City.
Yeah, but we could actually do that very easily with no impact to the overall, functioning of the system. I'm like, we could make all the buses free, and that would be a huge boon for residents of Los Angeles. Primarily, that would be a huge boon for historically underserved Black and Latino communities in Los Angeles. Are we going to do that? No, because part of it is that would allow homeless people onto buses, and that one of the overriding instincts of the California establishment politician is everything must be made as hostile as possible to unhoused people. Everything must be made as hostile as possible to the poor. And instead what you get are, and look, trust, I love the trains. I take them every day I go into the office. I take them all the time. I think they look cool. I think the stations look cool. I love a train. I still think that the city is obsessed with capital improvement projects at the expense of the bulk of the public transit system, which is buses. So next slide.
I support free fares in principle. I think there is some nuance there, and we're only about 4 hours in, so if we got another 3 hours, we can discuss this.
I'm not
doing anything. Sure.
Once again, you will be.
I'm gonna have to take that out of the episode.
So
you know what's funny about this episode? This is gonna come out at like a clean hour 30. Once
Devin
sanitizes this.
There's like
everybody's like, damn, that was a quick one. Brief episode, it's brisk.
If we have to cut out Beverly Hills ISIS, that's a solid like 30 minutes.
Beverly Hills ISIS.
Please leave it.
The thing that gets us all arrested will be something completely unexpected that we just leave in without thinking about it. And then, they kick my door in at 3 a.m. and I'll be like, what was it because of all of the stuff? And they'll be like, no. It will be because you made fun of like fucking Zev Yaroslavsky or something.
I get my door kicked in, and it's because I said that Al Qaeda.
I will say we're leaving in Beverly Hills ISIS for no other reason than I want to imagine the man with the puppet saying it.
I'm not making a Beverly Hills ISIS shirt because that would lap the "You're Boeing to Die" shirt in an airport for the most arrested you can get because of us.
Get this, it's the Beverly Hills Cop like cover or like logo, but instead of cop, it says ISIS. And then
ISIS in Beverly Hills.
That's what.
Well, it's Beverly Hillbillies, but they're the Taliban.
Yeah. All right, moving along. I'm falling asleep.
Sorry, I'm just like, where I come from isn't all that great.
My automobile is actually a technical.
My fashion sense is a little whack. And all of my friends are just as screwy as me.
I would watch an ISIS buddy cop movie.
The Bus Riders Union is, I think, a illustrative of my previous point, that the historically neglected buses were in a really bad shape in the 90s, and that disproportionately impacted Black and Latino communities. So the Labor Community Strategy Center formed this entity called Bus Riders Union, which I believe still exists, which was exactly what it sounds like. It's a union of bus riders that were politically activated and motivated to push for an expansion of the bus lines and for better fares, etc. And Metro at the time was building out the Red Line, and they needed money real bad. Now we've passed a couple more like measures, like Measure R and I want to say Measure S and various others that have added more half-cent sales taxes. So they're doing fine money-wise. They're actually completely budget balanced and like actually have a little surplus, if I remember correctly. But their budget is balanced, is the point. So they formed the Bus Riders Union at the same time that Metro was trying to raise fares significantly on buses to cover the operating shortfall of digging out the Red Line, as well as to cover Metrolink commuter trains, which were less populated and at the time went out to the much wider suburbs, like, for example, the various places in Orange County. I've taken a Metrolink train. It's fine. I had to take it to Tustin to buy the processor that Leon recommended, the AMD Ryzen 7 9800X3D. And then when I took it out of the Micro Center in Tustin, which is the only one in Southern California, I was followed by a coyote for 3 miles on my way to the station because it thought I was weak and it could eat me. So anyway, so the Bus Riders Union basically staged a series of like protests, as well as suing Metro in order to get a court injunction, because they were able to use Metro data to prove that 80% of the riders on the bus system were people of color, which is much more than the there's about 60% of people, less than 60% of people in the Los Angeles metro area were people of color. So you can disproportionately prove that the riders of the bus system are people of color, and that it was racist to increase fares significantly and cut service while diverting that money and service to whiter communities. And at the time in 1993, white people made up 75% of Metrolink riders, even though, and the funding to that regional rail assistant accounts for about $37 million of MTA's 2002 funding, and then increased to $40 million 4 years later. So they got a temporary injunction, and Metro was like, oh shit, this is going to cost us a ton of money to fight, and actually ended up dropping the fare increase, keeping the fares at a reasonable level. And I wanted to highlight this because in these dark and horrible times, it is just a good reminder to remember that there is collective action that works. There is collective action that we can do, even if it's not like, I mean, I'm always plugging DSA, but even if it's not through DSA, you can do it with your neighbors. You can do it with the people who ride the bus with you. And you can win actual tangible results in your community that help people you know and yourself.
And this is like a sort of a interesting like thing that's all across the United States, is that you have these big cities, they have these extensive commuter rail networks, which are they're funded. I'm not going to say they're well funded, but they're funded to levels that are higher than the local transit system. We have this issue in Philly as well. Although everything's under SEPTA, I guess. Right. Everything's under LA Metro there.
Yes.
And it's like somehow the wealthy white people in the suburbs have more political influence and they keep their trains going, whereas the transit in the city is neglected. And it's a weird segregated system, because just the commuter railroad trains they're just the fares are higher.
Yeah.
And
I would say, if you are in Beverly Hills and you are listening to this, when I said band together with your neighbors, I don't mean band together to create Beverly Hills ISIS. Please don't do that.
Probably a bad idea.
Okay, next slide. This is just a bus. This is a 720 to Westwood. It's a rapid bus. I just wanted to highlight it because it's a nice bus. It's a cute bus.
I like the bike rack.
I fucking hate the bike racks. When I put my bike on them, I'm always terrified that they're going to fall off. They're fine, but I'm always terrified by them. They have all-door boarding on this bus. So,
hell yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, let's go.
A lot of responsibility to put your bike on a bike rack. I would worry about that too.
I've never done it. I have no idea how those bike racks work.
Yeah, Ross just throws his bike through a window. He's just like,
what are you gonna do? Like, be like, hey, stop for a second so I can figure out how to,
that
from
is what
first principles.
And everybody looks at you while you do it and is like, why are you holding up my commute? And I'm sorry.
Right.
Well, I can't bring it on board because it doesn't fit.
Well, usually when I ride a bike,
you don't get an e-bike.
I just when I ride a bus is usually a short enough distance that I could probably also just bike there.
Yeah. Look, everybody wants to kill me as a biker, and I get it. I understand.
Yeah. People also want to kill you because you're on a 4-hour.
Oh my god!
Those people are named Devin, and also everybody else on this podcast with me. But I will note that I don't have a defense. Moving on.
I am having a nice time.
Good, I'm also having a nice time. I'm just like
also having a nice time. Yeah.
I love.
Go ahead.
Why do you think we keep agreeing to let you come on the podcast? Because we have a good time. I love hanging
out with my friends.
My friends in computer. I just got a notification from my Apple Watch that was like, as your day starts to wind down, I'm like, you fucking thought, bitch. There's like an hour left of this.
I mean, you can see, viewers cannot see, but everybody on the Zencast with me can see that the sun has decided to fade.
I tabbed back in for the first time in a minute because I've been following the slides. I'm like, oh, it's dark over there. Okay.
The sunset. It's very pretty though. Anyway, okay, so all right, this is finally we get to talk about one of my favorite things.
What we all came here for.
I took this photo this morning. I went to where La Sombrita is, which in fairness is not far from my house. Do not come to my house. I have 2 swords and I will use them if you break into my house. Unless, again, you are an attractive gay man who is bringing me a bottle of wine, in which case, good, do that.
But other than that, I've seen your groupings. Like, I do not, you know?
I thought Keir Starmer made those illegal.
Well, they're my HEMA swords, so they're, you know, I can buy them here because America's the land of the free and the home of the brave.
That's a good point, yeah.
America.
Horse fish is good.
They all let you have rice and this is America.
I'm telling you, the Supreme Court is going to let you have rice and soon enough.
I want ricin'. It's my constitutional right as an American.
All right. Listen.
At
some point on this podcast, we are going to have to get to a point where we have to stop talking about other people.
Just bleep the verb in that one as well.
Well, that doesn't sound very American at all.
Well, listen, people are going to need to stop putting themselves in positions where they...
Whoa.
And they're only actionable threats. I have it. Well,
now, I want to be very clear.
Who's to say?
It's time.
This teletype machine right now is reading out all the actionable threats, and it's going to town right now.
I overclocked my teletype machine specifically for the actionable threats.
I want to be very clear.
I believe that with enough judicious editing, there is upwards of a half hour of usable material in this episode.
Poor sweet Devin. They didn't ask for this.
All I will say is, and I want to be very clear about this.
Oh boy.
It's time to start.
You can't say that on YouTube.
Crack open the skull of the person next to you and feast on the goo inside.
Oh, I'm gonna have to feast on Roz. I don't want to.
So La Sombrita,
which we have covered on God knows what.
It was in the goddamn news a while ago.
Thank you.
It was in the goddamn news with my city councilwoman in it, which I like her, so I did not put her in this photo. And she's DSA endorsed, so I would never go against the program. So,
I will. What's her name? What's her name? And hold the
party line.
No,
hold the party line.
That's a good thing about being an anarchist. I could just piss all over the party line.
She also didn't put it together. She was it was in her district, so she had to go to the opening. But so La Sombrita is, I think, a really good example of a lot of the dysfunction around Metro. And to be clear, this is not the worst public transit system in the world. I think it is actually developing in a good direction, but there have been so many disasters on the way to get here that I thought it was worth talking about, Gaylord Wilshire's D-line and things of that nature at Beverly Hills ISIS. But the La Sombrita was intended to address gender equity in LADOT's operations as part of their action plan. And because the idea was it was supposed to provide a light for women who are waiting at the bus stop, cool, and also shade for women who are waiting at the bus stop, cool. So
objectively a good thing to do. However, the thing that I think that people, because there was all this discourse about La Sombrita about oh, this is kind of dumb, it doesn't work, it looks like shit, etc. The thing that people kind of forget about this is that, again, the overriding impulse of every California establishment politician is to be as nasty as possible to unhouse people. And so part of why La Sombrita has to be in the design constraints that it's in is because you cannot allow any situation where an unhoused person would be in the shade or be lit. Or God forbid, right.
Yeah, and what I mean by that is not like literally the designers of this were like, well, we can't, build this but rather that the constraints under which it was built, it's the complete lack of shade structures, the whole shebang there, and the fact that it is intended to be, quote, cost effective instead of actually providing, a useful service. These are all manifestations of an overriding impulse to ensure that poor people and unhoused people are not comfortable in situations where they take the train or bus. Which is why our stations were for a while like blaring classical music at an insanely high volume while I'm just trying to read my fucking book and find out how many autumns Jacob Dezit has. A lot, as it turns out. Or, why we still have fares despite the fact that it could be free, or why our metro shuts down randomly, or, all that, why we have transit cops, although we have instituted a non-armed ambassador program, which has been very successful and has saved a bunch of people who are having like medical emergencies. So that's really good. But anyway, what you were looking at is La Sombrita. It exists. It is there. And today I went. You cannot see them in the photo, but there are people waiting for the bus on the edges of this photo. I cropped it because, I didn't know if they wanted to be on Well, There's Your Problem. But I didn't ask them. I wasn't like, ¿Usted quiere estar en el podcast? Bueno, ahí está su problema.
Explaining what a podcast is from first principles.
No, they know what a podcast is. I'm sure there's podcasts that appeal
to... In my experience, nobody on earth knows what a podcast is. You say,
bueno, es como algo en la radio, pero la cosa es que en vez tienen como...
Another thing about the La Sombrita is you can see here, it is on the same kind of pole that you would put a stop sign on. One of the big things that they wanted to do with this thing is, okay, we need minimal permitting to put it in.
Correct.
As opposed to like a normal bus shelter. Forever. Because like a normal bus shelter, a normal bus shelter does these annoying things like it takes up the sidewalk. You have to put an actual bench in there, so on and so forth. Because this is Los Angeles, of course, all the road, the cartway is everything between the two sidewalks, are maximal sized and the sidewalks are minimal sized. So, of course, a lot of times, if you put in a normal bus shelter, anyone who is going around in a wheelchair would not be able to stay on the sidewalk to get around the bus shelter. But obviously, you're not willing to encroach on the roadway to build a better bus stop. And, so what do you wind up with? You have La Sombrita.
So actually,
everyone yells at you.
It's funny because actually on this sidewalk, what you drew, the line that you drew, it actually goes on for a little bit past that. So that you can fit, I'm standing taking this photo, and then behind me is my bike, and there's still a little bit of space that people can walk through, right? And I wasn't like standing there for like an hour. So yes, that's true. And there actually are a lot of places where like this kind of makes sense because you can't put a bus shelter. But on the pilot location where they put it, that is not one of the places. Which is
I was being generous. I don't think it makes sense anywhere.
Yeah. And I think part of it is that I think it is emblematic of the broader issue of like, and this didn't actually cost public money, right? Like this didn't cost public money. They were like, it's a pilot program, it's going to change. But really what it is you are tinkering around the edges of neoliberalism and, a system that is fundamentally not viewed as a public good, but rather still as one of the like, oh, well, we have to balance our budgets and we have to do the neoliberal technocracy and whatnot. And also we can't provide any sort of shelter for unhoused people and that's why we can't have bathrooms and stations and that sort of thing.
And you're trying to cleverly circumvent the permitting problems that you made.
Exactly. You are trying to, you are the thread of prophecy has been severed. You can either reload or you can persist in the doomed world that you've created. Now, I will say we actually, as part of the like transit campaign that we did, the priority transit campaign that DSLA did, we actually did manage to get bathrooms installed in some stations and in newer stations that are being built. But I think and various other improvements. But like, this could be free. This could be everywhere. This could be, we could do a lot more with public transit. And the reason we don't is because of the neoliberal Californian system that we are enmeshed in and have trouble escaping. Next slide. So this is where we're at. Here are a bunch of highly capital intensive programs that we are, Metro has put a lot of money into. To be fair, they look really great. The top left is the Expo Line extension, which I guess I have to call the Gold Line or fucking E Line. And then on the right is the regional connector station, or one of them, which is gorgeous. It is extremely deep.
That is a tall room.
Yeah, it is extremely. All of these stations are really deep and cavernous. Tall. They're like cathedral sized. I would have put more photos in here, but it would have doxed all the stations that I take to work. And again, there's only one condition. On the left is the people mover that they are putting in the LAX loop that is going to connect LAX to the metro system. And the people mover, can we hit the next button? Is also a monorail.
Monorail.
Oh,
it does look insanely cool because it looks like this big octopus perched on top of the whole.
Are you sure?
Huh?
Hold on. No, I got to look this up. That does not look like a monorail to me. That looks like a.
It's a bi-rail.
Yeah,
No.
it's probably a bi-rail. Yeah.
Yeah, way to go, Noah.
Monorail systems are very, very
It could also
uncommon in
technically
airport.
be a pan rail because saying that it's a pan rail doesn't imply the
Oh no, it's something stupider. Oh shit! No, I'm looking at this now. Yeah, this is very, very.
Dumb.
So this is like you have a center concrete guideway, and it looks like there's a pair of rubber tires.
What?
Shit. Okay, hold on.
All right, well,
I gotta actually look this up.
This is a pod.
And
this is a personal
you
rapid
doubted
transit.
me when I said it was a
in
stupid
the
fucking
pod.
Live in the
thing.
pod.
You live in the pod.
bugs,
Yeah,
take the pod to work. Yes.
Who are we?
Liam,
Who are we
turn
looking
around.
at? Who's? Oh fuck! It's from Alstom. Shit.
This is a gadget barn.
Yeah, no, this is much more
I said
complicated
when
than it needs to be.
I said that it sounded a lot like a slur. I'm not really comfortable with the tone I used there. I'm very tired.
You should say it in that way. Jesus Christ!
You can oops ouch as part of our community agreements.
My grandma still just says gadget barn unprompted. It's really uncomfortable for everyone.
It's an Anovia APM, which is based on the Skybus from Pittsburgh.
What?
Oh my god! Pittsburgh, Los Angeles, same place.
It's true.
God,
You've been gaslighting me about it for decades, but you have the accent.
That's
Holy
so
shit.
dumb.
I love you.
Holy shit! Why would you keep using this system for anything?
I think looking back on this episode, I think we really this is a real.
Yeah, Pittsburgh and Los Angeles is the same.
This is a real.
Apparently.
We got Beverly Hills ISIS. We got Ross melting down at the people mover because it's stupid as hell. I'm like, this is peak.
All right. We gotta trudge forward because I got the warning from my wife.
Well, this is the last slide of the content.
My wife just winks at me and blows me kisses.
My wife comes in the room, goes, "Are you almost done?" In a voice devoid of affect.
Again, I am desperately single.
Waves to Noah. All right. Well.
Also, tell her I say hello and she rocks and is cool.
She's the best lady in the world, but that's not the fucking point right now.
Tell both your wives that. So next slide, and this is the last one. This is the last one.
It's the map.
Yeah, but this is the map when it's done. Okay, this is a map of
map.
I forget who made this, but
mini Metro game has gotten out of control.
Yeah, it is like every single bit of system that we will eventually have when it's all done.
This is the Byzantine Empire.
I wish SEPTA thought about expanding.
Oh, me too. Yeah, I would be.
I like the S line.
Well,
big fan of the S line.
Mm-hmm.
I like the S
Same
line
color
as well.
as the E line.
No, it's kind of like it's darker a little bit, but also it kind of needs to be its own line to go to the forum because that's like a concert venue, and a bunch of other stuff like that. I will say, so this is a really cool map. Whenever it's done, you can see it's going to go through Marina del Rey, so it'll be very close to the beach. You're going to get that line that goes past UCLA. I think this is like a hypothetical thing, right? But like the thing about this will only be cool if it is affordably priced and serves people and runs frequently, right? Instead of every 12 minutes as the current headways are, and makes sense. And, part of the whole issue here is that a lot of this has been done as sort of a prestige capital improvements in preparation for the Olympics, which that's not happening. It's not happening. We're not doing the Olympics if when you try and travel to the United States, you just get sent to El Salvador immediately.
Oh, that's going to be interesting when that happens.
I don't know how the World Cup is coming up closer, and I think the Iranian team qualified, and part of it is going to be in LA, I believe. So I don't know how the fuck that's going to happen. But yeah, so like whatever system we end up getting, and this is a visualization of the potential system, it needs to be something that, unlike the 20 failed attempts at doing a Great Society Metro, unlike the Pacific Electric, is a sustainable system that actually serves the people instead of serving the interests of either capital or bureaucracy. So that's my last little bit on this. But look at that map. Fun.
Pretty neat.
So how about the Mets, huh?
I wish. I wish
heard
the
that,
trolley showed up every 12 minutes.
Yeah, I wish I knew the names and office address and hours of everybody in charge of this thing.
Yeah.
Oh, also, I will say, fuck the gondola. They're trying to build that gondola to Dodger Stadium, and it's the dumbest.
Oh, that's a very dumb idea. Yeah.
I had a phone call with Roz at one point to be like, "Can you believe how stupid this thing is?"
This is a very dumb idea. Yes.
Yeah. Anyway,
all right.
Stop the gondola. That's it.
What did we learn?
Nothing.
Los Angeles is a cursed place.
It's just Pittsburgh.
Los Angeles is a city of contrasts.
Los Angeles is a city of Pittsburgh.
I am still jealous of the fact that you guys are trying to build things.
Yeah.
Interurbans are cool.
Yeah.
Should have never got rid of them.
Yep. Blow up all the freeways and turn them into canals.
Yeah. The Venice of the West.
No court can detransition me no matter what they say.
That's right.
Yes.
That's right.
Yes.
Do not join
we learned
Beverly Hills ISIS. Don't do that.
Yeah.
Or do. We're not the boss here.
The wind whispers the name of Climate Stalin.
So we have a segment on this podcast, which I think to preserve everyone's sanity, we may have to skip, called Safety Third.
Los Angeles.
By popular demand, we will forego Safety Third. Just do this as a bonus. That way we can be a bit looser with the editing.
Motion to skip the Safety Third.
Yeah.
Motion seconded.
Right. Our next episode will be on Chernobyl. Does anyone have any commercials before we go?
If people want more Noah, where can they find you besides coming to your apartment and interacting with the end of your swords?
What? That was good. That was real good. That one. Yeah. So I am on, I guess, X, the everything app, at
Jesus
Noah Pasaran. I'm also much more on Blue Sky, at noahs.bsky.social, where I have been tweeting about Eva Peron all day for some fucking reason because I'm listening to Evita.
I have a homophobic slur to say.
Yeah, that's okay. I am a
YouTube.
I get it.
Jesus Christ, we don't have to bleep that. This is a bonus.
Just really keeping Dev on their toes. You know?
I'm allowed to say it.
You're allowed. We are.
No one knows what this is anymore.
But also, I would suggest, my commercials always join your local DSA chapter. I am in Los Angeles. Join DSLA if you are in Los Angeles, and join us on making the transit in the city free, efficient, and for the people. National convention is going up, so run for convention delegate. And if you're going to national convention, I would suggest voting for SMC. That's my plug. That's the end.
Okay, I am going to go and take a bunch of exogenous hormones, and nobody can stop me from doing that.
Also, hello, Renee Paradis. That's my, as well as Amy from Mug and Sam Rachel.
End this recording.
I guess my wife could stop me doing that, but I don't know why she would want to.
We did do a podcast.
I think so.
Roz, end the recording.
I'm trying to figure it out. All right. Good night, everyone.